clerk present.
And we want to say Happy New Year to all of our citizens, Happy New Year to all our commissions and our Pahokee employee staff. But we're here, I know at our last meeting that Commissioner Walker wanted to address some issues with the commission. So we're gonna turn it over to Commissioner Walker.
Okay, first of all, God bless everybody, and I wish everybody Happy New Year. But I want this, I want it to explain that my concern is complete commission, not myself. It should be just understand that commission be involved, not myself alone. This, and I just want to make that clear. First of all,
Can I say something before you proceed? I think the reason why Vice Mayor Mervin made the statement for you to address the concerns, because in our last meeting that we had, we extended the time a little earlier for this workshop, because there were some things that, even though you were exiting as a commissioner and you weren't seeking re-election, there were some concerns that you still wanted to address. I did express also in you wanting to address some concerns that that I would definitely communicate some concerns after hearing what it was you wanted to address our fellow colleagues and city manager with.
thank you for the clarification, but this has been said this is second time that it was my concern, but what I'm saying is it should be included to all of us. And I know that all of us have, each of us have our individual concerns. So I understand. I just want to make it clear, because like I say, I heard the comment that I mean like individuals have concern. So anyway, I want to and thank you for that clarification. I really do appreciate it, okay? One thing I want us to consider, and I know Vice Mayor Mervin, you stated, but I want to reiterate my concern about, not my concern, my support of a monument, you know, monument, monument, you know what I'm talking, a monument, recognizing all our players, all our championships I want to do that for the community. Understand what I'm saying?
You saying like the football players, all of the athletes in the community?
Yes, and championships by the community to recognize our football players and championship. Do you all support that?
I don't see a problem with it. The reason why I'm not saying anything, because I'm just trying to take in all of the concern.
Okay. Are you rather for me to do that? I'm talking about my concerns.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
Okay. Another thing I want you to concern about the duties of the city managers, because we allow him to make decisions without he make decision without our permission or concern. So I want to know, and I ask you, now, are you going to continue to do that? Or because we are the commission and we have to, we need him to, we need him to honor our requests. He needs to be responsible to the commission and the community, but he doesn't have, he doesn't.
Right now, what's up? Oh, yeah, Commissioner.
He does not have the responsibility of the commission he does, and anyway, he doesn't hear the commissioner when they give a directive to him. I want to know what are you going to do about him now, him not focus on the business that want to come to Pahokee. The people are not, we're not allowed to the support of the city manager, and he's not doing that.
Say that one again.
What was the last part you said now?
He's not supporting people that want to come into Pahokee. Businesses. He needs to be focused on business to Pahokee. They have a hard time giving to Pahokee because they're stagnated. They don't allow support from the commission. I mean, city manager. I need to know for the commission what the clerk duties and responsibility to us as commissioners, and we need to know if we are allowed her to be only do the clerk need to when the commission do her a directive, if she's not allowed to honor our request, because I have experienced twice with that situation, with her honoring my request. And I don't want the new city commissioner to be subject to that. I know she's under the city manager, but she should be allowed to ask our request from her. And she's confused. She doesn't know who, she doesn't understand. I don't think from my experience that I have had, she doesn't know, because let me let you example. When I asked her to do something, she said she needs a commission of the city manager. So I just want to know my responsibility to her. Am I allowed to communicate my request to her? So I need to know, and the future commission, they need to know that too. We need to address the bumpers at the Pahokee. I know that's a county road, but we need to address it and the bump, you know, the bump,
Talking about the speed bumps.
the speed bump at Citizen Village. I mean, you know,
Okay.
Pahokee, Seville, and El Dorado.
Okay.
The
So the speed bumps, that's what there and they took up.
yeah, because we're like that. We're allowed to do that.
It's not our property.
I
It's
think
county
they-
property. We can't control
I-
it. We discussed that already.
I know I know you address it,
Yeah. the
but
county's following up on it.
why allow that to do that? Why allow them to do that?
Commissioner Walker,
Don't
we
don't
don't
stop.
own that
Don't-
property.
let me-
It's
let me-
unincorporated. We don't control those streets. They can do anything with those streets they wish because it's county property, not city. It's unincorporated. We have no control of the maintenance of those streets. We can voice our concern. We can send it up to District 6, Melissa McKinley's office, which we have. They are following up on it. But as far as allowing someone to do something, we don't have control in the outset. It's unincorporated Palm Beach County.
okay, we need to let the citizen know that we can control that.
It's been indicated very clearly to those citizens that
Okay.
that's the case.
Letters to them. Have you sent letters
We
to
had public conversations in commission meetings about the next steps on what's going to happen there.
I feel like my opinion. Wait a minute. My opinion is we need to let them know that we are concerned about it.
Well, what more do you want us to do outside of having all these public discussions? We've communicated it effectively. We
All
have
the
to wait
citizens
for the
don't.
county
All
to-
the citizens don't. Excuse me. All the citizens don't attend the commission meetings.
And Commissioner,
And-
because that's unincorporated Palm Beach County and those streets are owned by the county, we can't generate a letterhead to those folks to those residents
Okay,
on a
okay.
project that we have no control or say-so over, or know the next steps
Okay,
on. That's
okay,
the county's responsibility.
Okay. Uh,
And we've indicated that to the
Melissa,
county.
Melissa need to come here and address us as
Well,
a
then, that's a
commission meeting.
conversation that you send to District 6 staff that then send it to Melissa McKinley's for a request. That's not the city.
I
manager's
wanted
job.
the citizens know that we tried to do something and
I
we
think they're
didn't.
very aware that we've done something. We actually laid speed bumps first because that's how concerned the city of Pahokee was, even though the streets were not ours, and we learned later they were not. They were removed by the county. I think the citizens are very aware that we went beyond our call of duty and expended funds in our general funds that we didn't have to lay speed bumps. I think they are very clear about our intentions.
Okay,
Except we weren't the ones
Apparently
controlling
they
the
are.
streets.
Apparently they are not. Okay.
Can I say something specific to that? I can say, and this is being as objective as possible with regards to the speed bumps out there in not Citizen Village, but in Streamline neighborhood community. I know for a fact that the city did put those speed bumps there after concerns
I
from
understand that.
residents in that neighborhood, and they were removed
I understand that.
because it was revealed that that road, those areas were not under city's control. And from my understanding, I don't have the authority to say every house out there, everyone is made aware of it. But the reason why they were pulled up, I do know a good fraction of those individuals out there know that the city put them down, but they were removed because
understand
we didn't
that.
have that jurisdiction.
I understand that.
And to
But-
add to that, if I'm not mistaken, from what I was told, some of the citizens was complaining about the speed bumps. All wasn't, but some was saying that they were driving around the speed bumps into their yards. So, but I think if I'm not mistaken, we also had that discussion in a town hall meeting. One citizen was here, was asking, and also, we also discussed that in, the commission meeting, with some of this, actually, with one of the prime residents
It's-
that brought it up.
It's obvious now that I don't have any support by the citizens, so I'll leave that alone because I don't have any support for you all, for the citizens. That's okay. It's okay.
Commissioner Walker, I
No.
can't let you go further with, in saying that. It's not that you don't have support. I was just stating the facts as I understand them to be. And as colleagues, we may not always agree on
That's
every
right.
single
That's why
issue.
we're
And so
not
I
doing
can't
right
call a car that I can visibly see black. I can't call it red if it's black. So we may have to say, I may have to say to you respectfully, I can't agree with that wholeheartedly in good conscience when I know the city made an effort to put speed bumps out there, but because it's not in the city's control, it was removed. Now, the city manager did state that there's some further conversations with the county with regards to seeing what we can
We
do
need-
to ensure safety. He did say that in his comments
it's-
tonight.
Yes.
He just said it.
Excuse me. After the speed bumps were removed, the county came back and had a meeting with the city about the proper way to address the concerns of the citizens of these two streets. They then went back and appropriated money to install speed bumps. But there were some prerequisites that the county had to conclude, which includes also a form that each citizen out there, a homeowner out there has to sign to ensure that they're aware
This-
that they're gonna install it. That's not the city's responsibility, that's the county's. That's where this status of this project is today.
Okay. Okay, I will, accept that as effort to do that. There's something going on there. You hear? There's something going on out there. Okay.
Commissioner Walker.
Okay, thank you for that time. Can, we- I'm not, okay, some things have to be refreshed to me, okay? In my situation. But I wanna know, can we, or are we doing any efforts to, to the King Park situation, King Park? Are we able to do something to the resident about that situation they have in the King Park situation?
You wanna go ahead and address that, city manager?
I don't know what.
She just, you have,
what's the-
sometimes you
what's
have
the
to
situ-
refresh what she's saying.
What's the situation
She
with,
wants to ask, is there anything gonna be done, to the Martin Luther King Park? She does.
Not the park, King Park, King Trailer Park.
Oh, King Trailer Park.
I know
what's the situation with King's Trailer Park? It's a privately owned piece of property.
I know it's private owned, but what are we trying to do with their situation? It's deplorable. It's deplorable, and the
Well,
people are not.
We don't own that property. We can only apply our code enforcement codes to that property.
Are we doing
We
that?
have done that.
Okay.
But as far as their living conditions on how the quality of life is expended there, we don't control that. Those trailer homes are over 35, 40 years old. It's out of my control. I can only ensure that the water lines are secure, the grass is cut, and if there are mobile homes in there, that they are in compliance with the current code of ordinances, and they are. Outside of that, we don't control a landlord's buildings on what he provides to residents to rent. Sort of where
Okay.
we at right now with that, with King's Trailer Park.
Okay.
But we do apply the code of ordinances to that rental property. And I think the last code violation we had was a water line being broken, and proper water from appliances like dryers and washing machines was not being cared for properly. We addressed that with the county and with the owner. Outside of that, it's an area that has some aged mobile homes, and it does look deplorable. Again, we do apply the code of ordinances as far as cleanliness, extended items or as junk around the areas of the mobile home park. But beyond that, we don't control anything outside of those code of ordinances that goes beyond what we can enforce. And a lot of that has to do with just the age of the property itself and how the infrastructure where it's located has been maintenance. It's not a good area for mobile homes, and it's certainly not a easy accessible area because it's all mud potholes, et cetera. There was no paved driveways extended into that community. We've offered and recommended that to this particular owner, but again, it's his personal property, and we can't enforce that particular request on that owner. It's unfortunate. So we try to stay very vigilant as far as the code of ordinances and what we can control.
Okay, I've already talked about the I just want to be known that we are trying to do something, help them with their situation, okay? We need to stop,
Not to cut
We
you off,
need-
Commissioner Walker, I'm gonna turn this part of the meeting back over to the mayor. The mayor has, arrived. But you can continue.
okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay,
Go ahead, Commissioner Walker.
we need to, we need to smoke it at the smoking area for the smoking place in the smoking at the does
You want to establish a barrier for
smoking,
where
yes,
smokers can smoke
no
away from a
smoking,
government
cause it's
building?
terrible, yes.
No smoking. What do you mean, no smoking in all governmental area, you mean?
Oh, if people smoke out
I'm saying, you're saying no
there
smoking
at the
in the
door,
government.
at the door, it means 50 feet from the feet
From the door, from the entrance.
from the door. That's the law, and we don't follow it. We don't follow it. We need to, we need to, I mean, let me see. We need, these are my suggestions, that we, the smoking there, we need a 10-minute session for concern that citizens have with the concern that they have on the meetings, that we need them have 10-minute session. If they don't have 10 ever in their concern expressed, that we need to move on. At least we can have, like you had the example for them to the video be to be the video for the video. We need to give him, the citizen, opportunity if they want to be heard with the okay.
Can you explain, what do you mean by that?
Like this video, like, you know, you can, if you have the meeting, the citizen on the, we need to allow them to be heard from the citizen if they want to be at the meeting. You understand what I'm
When they
saying?
discuss stuff,
Yes, if they have.
instead of 3 minutes, you say give them 10 minutes?
Yeah, just 10 minutes if they don't, or less if they don't have a concern, we don't need to address it, cause we won't need to address it. But at least they have an opportunity to share their concern by the video. Wait, what you call that?
Well, Commissioner Mervin, we provide that already in the citizens' comments, and they get 3 minutes. I think if I'm correct,
I'm saying,
for our
excuse me.
charter, that's what's allowed.
Excuse me, I'm talking about, they're not present, but they can, be in the video and have an opportunity to say,
Oh, I see. She wanted them to do
Okay.
comments on the video, on the live screening.
No, we don't have that technology. And that is not a practice commonly done in commission meetings anywhere. We don't have that technology, and it would certainly erode your time span for regular meetings, commission meetings, if you attempted to do that. First, we don't have the technology to do that. That's almost
that's all,
like a
that's
social
all
media
you need to
type
say,
time.
that we can do that. That's all you need to say.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
I don't,
I understand.
it need to be addressed that if we have and we have employees that have an issue with, and I'm sorry, this not the to what you call it? We do, it's not to defend anybody, but this have not this have bothered me for some time. If we have a citizen, employee, they are not they're not allowed to work. They're laid off or whatever, suspended from work or so, and they laid from their work, but we don't have another in a place for the city manager or commission. And I know this, and because I know it has been several so there have several times when an employee has suspended from work, but commission, they don't have anything in place for us, and I don't think it's fair for an employee from the city manager being suspended, and maybe you have not suspended. Employee is suspended from his or her job, but we don't have, we're allowed to continue to do our job. I think that's not fair to the citizen, the employee, I'm sorry. And it's not directed in anybody, individual, but it's something that we need to consider in the future, because we need to be fair to everybody, every employee. I know you're not listening to me, because you're not listening to me, but that's okay. That's why I wanted to tape. We all need to understand that we are taxpayers. Under the taxpayer, under the taxpayers umbrella. I think sometimes we forget that, and they need to know that we are unaware of that. Commission needs to do. The commission need to be aware all tax take home care cars. We need to be aware that take home are taken home. I'm going to commission. You have take home. I'm asking for us to have at least citizen, to be allowed to attend a conference that affect the community. I want the citizen to, commission to allow citizens to attend conferences that appear, that
Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Walker, if I could just interrupt you. I apologize for not being here earlier for the commission concern part of the workshop. I've been really under the weather and was in bed up until the time to come to this meeting. But I think we had scheduled from 5 to 6 for those particular concerns. I hope we had adequate time. I know you're still in part of your agenda going over it, but we need to continue with our regular workshop that's scheduled, that if it's up to the commission, if there are some things that they want to follow up from some of the items you pointed out, we can include that in our workshop. But this primary time is now will be dedicated to the agenda review and discussion of the agenda item for tonight. So if with all due respect, I'm gonna have to go ahead and adjourn this portion of our meeting and reconvene for our regular
But wouldn't it have to
workshop.
be with a motion and a second?
For-
With the closing out of this meeting, moving in, attorney,
Well, your regular workshop was scheduled to start at 6 o'clock, so you really don't need a motion to close out the previous workshop.
so you're saying we can just continue into the workshop that is normally scheduled, or we also have the option to continue? I'm just a person of fairness.
Yeah, you can continue if you
When I
like.
look at the time, I wrote the time down
Sure.
when we started, because I had other things that I could have done up
Sure.
to 6 o'clock. And with all fairness, it started at 5:34 PM. I got here a little bit before 5, and I was sitting here on the dais, waiting on my colleagues to come. She asked for this, it was scheduled. I put it down on my calendar, and just to look at her notes, I feel like she's near the end of those notes. I would like for her to at least, be able to get those little things out, and if possible, be able to give some type of rebuttal if needed.
I think I was basically saying the same thing. We can, during our regular workshop that was actually scheduled from 6 to 6:30, continue with Commissioner Walker discussion.
Well, my apologies, I didn't hear that, I apologize.
So if there's no objection at this time, I will,
But he said there's no need to adjourn, we can just continue.
we need to officially conduct our regular workshop because it's on the agenda. It's been publicized that we would have a workshop. So immediately upon the convening of this workshop, we'll just continue with Commissioner Walker concern. I adjourn the workshop that was called to discuss commissioner concerns, and we will continue our discussion during our regular workshop that was designed to discuss our agenda items. Good afternoon. I call this workshop of the Pahokee City Commission of Tuesday, January the 8th, 2018, to order at 6:16 p.m. The purpose of the workshop is to discuss the agenda items for today. However, we will be continuing our prior workshop discussion to allow Commissioner Walker to finish her issues of concern. Will we please stand for the invocation given by Reverend Walker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And Reverend Walker, if you would, come to the podium, sir.
Let us pray.
Thank you.
Father God, we just want to thank you for the gathering of your leaders and the community, Almighty God. Give us grace, my Father, to be part of, my Father, and not against. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Madam Clerk. Present.
Present.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Present.
Commissioner Walker,
Present.
City Manager,
Here.
City Attorney. Here. Sergeant Davis Partridge. Here. Interim City Clerk present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff, and thank each of you all for being here tonight to participate in our workshop to discuss our agenda for tonight. As you heard previously, we had a workshop earlier from 5 to 6 to discuss Commissioners' concern. However, we started late. I wasn't here earlier. Commissioner Walker's in middle of her presentation, and we would continue with that discussion at this time. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you. My request is that employees are introduced to commission in a timely manner, because I went to the luncheon for the employees, and their people, employees, I say, were there that I did not know that they worked for the city, and I was embarrassed to have to ask people, employees, I'm saying, who they are. So that shouldn't be allowed at a Christmas celebration, that you have people that you are not aware who they are. And I think, I mean, I'm going to see that's all I have to say about that. But I just want to know the commission, that's inappropriate. Okay, we got, do I have, introduce an employee? Okay. I'm going to reiterate this. We need to be aware when vehicles are taken out of city. I want to reiterate that and for us to be aware of that. Okay, I think I have all of my concern, and you all can respond to them.
Okay, let's start with Commissioner Vice Mayor Mervin. Any follow-up, any concerns, any comments on?
Well, since you wasn't here, Mayor, I'll just go over the ones that she listed so you'll be
Okay.
aware. The first one was she wanted to make sure that we recognize all of our athletes and championship. Correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Mark, as I go. And the championships. Then she also wants to know the duties of the city manager. Also that I guess this is just a concern of hers, that the city manager doesn't support new businesses, or it's hard for new businesses to come to the city. Also, she wants to know the duties of the city clerk. Also, I think we already addressed the speed bumps on El Dorado and Seville. Also, we already discussed the King Trailer Park she had. And she wanna put a no smoking sign up here at the commission chamber, at least 50 feet from the entrance. And if the employees have an issue, that one I didn't really get, Commissioner Walker, on that one, but the employee have an issue that they can talk to the commission, that's what you were trying to say? If the employees have an issue? But while she's looking at that.
I thought I was saying,
If the
no, employees have, introduced to the commission.
Yeah, I had that one, you had this one, you had that one also, but, oh, and then also she wants to address, that the commissioner who take home cars, who take home, city cars, and for, citizens to attend conferences. I guess one of the conferences that we go on, that citizens can also attend, and the employees be introduced in a timely manner.
Okay. If you would, if you want to briefly speak
Yeah,
on any of those that
That's her purpose.
you,
That's the purpose to you.
Right, I was only giving him because he
Right,
wasn't
understand.
here
Okay,
at the
thank you.
time. Okay, the duties of the city clerk, while we're in a workshop, if we could get the attorney or the city manager give the outline or brief duties of the city clerk.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Walker's issue was whether she could call the city clerk and ask the city clerk questions directly, and whether or not she could ask the city clerk to do things directly. And the answers to those questions are, each of the commissioners can call the city clerk and ask her questions. But each of the commissioners cannot direct the city clerk to do things separately. The commission as a whole has to direct the clerk to do the city's business as they so direct. An individual commissioner cannot. As you can imagine, it'd be very difficult if you were a city employee and you've got 6 different bosses telling you to do different things that might conflict. So that's why that rule's in place.
Okay, let me ask you a question for clarification. Okay, if I wanted to do parade, and I do want to, the clerk
If you would like to have an item listed on the agenda for discussion by the whole commission, then the proper way to do that would be to ask the clerk to put it on the agenda or send her an email asking her to put it on the agenda.
okay, I'm saying, if I want to go to the parade, and I need her to, ask her to drive her, I have to get everybody's permission to do that?
No, you cannot direct a city employee to drive you to a city event.
Okay, that's why.
You cannot.
Okay, and when if I want, I'll list it. Okay.
Yep.
I just list.
Yes, indeed.
Well, the next one on here, Mr. Attorney, the duties of the city manager.
I think the point there was not so much to get a list of the duties of the city manager, but Commissioner Walker was expressing in her mind that the city manager doesn't always follow directly what she believes the commissioner tells him to do on specific items, and was wondering what the remedy would be for the commission if the commission as a whole were to tell the city manager to do something and he didn't do it. And then the remedy there would be to bring it back up at a city commission meeting and have the commission as a whole vote, tell him to do it. If he doesn't do it, then to talk about ramifications for his willful disobedience of the commission.
Thank you, clarification.
Mhm.
Are we asking specifically the duties of the city manager for our charter and code of ordinances? Would we like to hear that into the record?
Now, I think the city attorney just clarified.
No, I'm asking a question.
What the point that Commissioner Walker was
Right.
referring to.
But I was asking a question, because
No.
earlier there seems to be some confusion about the authority of the city manager per our charter and our code of ordinances, which is my Bible when I work in this city. And I think if we review those things, we would get a clear picture of where my authority lies and where it ends. And to discuss.
You work for the commission.
If we were to review those duties, I think we get a clearer picture of maybe some of those concerns that were addressed earlier, that unless you go and change your charter, you can't usurp those powers. And so we need to be very cautious when you make those types of statements about boundaries of what the city manager should and should not be doing per the commission. You're correct. I work for the city of Pahokee citizens and then the commission on behalf of them. So I think we need to be clear about that, because, you know, I have those duties right here for the city manager. I also have the code of ordinances, city manager powers and duties. You happen to have a copy, and it clearly defines all of those things that you were saying is in the purview of the city manager. And so I'm a little confused while we're having that discussion about the powers of the city manager on our first meeting of 2019, when it clearly defines for many, many years, actually since 1985, when they rewrote section 3.04, city manager powers and duties. Well, we're now having another conversation about that. So I was hired under the essential duties and responsibilities of the city manager. These are my duties. You can have a copy of it. It clearly defines it. So some of the things that were mentioned, well, all of the things were mentioned that pertain to duties and responsibilities are the duties and responsibilities of the city manager. And again, unless we take it to the citizens to change our charter, and we just had a charter review committee a year ago, it will remain that way. So I'm trying to get us to move this meeting forward, because I understand there were some comments that needed to be made, but I have to fall back, Mayor, Commission, on our code of ordinances and our charter as the governing body of this city. And so I don't think this is a charter review committee that we're having up here this evening. So I'm trying to understand why we're having a discussion about city manager duties.
Okay?
Let me just make this point. We'll make sure that each of the commission received a copy of the city manager duties and responsibility as outlined by the city charter. However, if the commission at this time would like the city manager or even the city attorney, either one, read the duties in this particular workshop, we can do that. I don't know if we need to, but if that's your desire, we'll have that done. Commissioner Everett.
Well, number one, I would go on record to say, please save the paper with regards to giving me a charter or what have you regarding city manager responsibilities. Number two, I think the gist of this meeting, I was hoping that we could have started 5 p.m. sharp, because I was here on the dais at that time to have this discussion. But number two, I don't think, just from hearing some of the concerns that were mentioned by Commissioner Walker, I don't think I didn't see it as an all-out attack on city managers' responsibilities or job description. I think some of them do bear some consideration. We're not trying to turn, I don't think it was an attempt to turn this into a charter review. I do want to say this, and regardless of who occupies this dais, and I understand during this particular season, we're quintessential with playing politics. And I hope I don't get in trouble with saying I don't think we have the best examples of politics and how it should be played on a larger scheme. But I think we need to create an environment in a open legal session where concerns can be communicated and individuals don't wear their feelings on their sleeve. There are some concerns mentioned by Mrs. Walker that I do share. Once again, I just regret the fact that we didn't start this meeting right at 5 o'clock, so that some careful consideration and rebuttal be given. But I don't think it was an attack. I think it was just a specific concern with regards to the city manager's responsibility, not attacking your day-to-day powers as they are given by the commission, but just addressing a concern here or there. And I think that just makes for a healthy relationship when we can cite our concerns and address them if need be. Just as, you know, you work for us, we work for a community of people that we have to be accountable to. And I just hope that we can be open to that level of discussion. Did you have any more you needed to say? Because I just want to just bring my point home when it comes to city vehicles. I don't think, and I'm not trying to speak for Mrs. Walker, I don't need to know I don't need to have the knowledge if the city clerk is going to get in the car, drive to the post office, and drop some mail. I don't need to know that information. That's not a concern for me. However, if we're using vehicles as a package for employees who knew the distance from their home to the city hall, I think that's something we need to know. Because there's a difference in that. There's a difference in city employees taking the vehicle to save on mileage, compensation, and all of that. Say, hey, get the car, you go to your workshop, you bring the car back and park it on the compound. But when it comes to, I'm going to give an employee a car because I want to be a little bit more competitive than a city that they could possibly go to. When they applied for the job, they knew the job was an hour and 15 minutes or 45 minutes or 2 hours from their house. You know, that then I think warrants some conversation with the city commission, but not if they're going to a workshop or going to the post office. I just don't think that. I wouldn't want to know that. I wouldn't want to be aggravated with those trivialities. Now, as far as King Park, I can remember as a private citizen, when I was coming to attending these meetings, that the city manager, and I do try to give credit where credit is due, the city manager tried to enforce to the strictest degree that we don't have landlords coming here, having our citizens living in substandard facilities. And I witnessed the commission at the time siding with the landlords as opposed to enforcing that landlords provide housing suitable for their citizens. I witnessed that. I witnessed a man who came here at that lectern and pleaded with with the commission at the time about, oh, I don't have money to fix this. I personally took a citizen to agencies where they can get rental assistance and have him tell her, what you expect, you're in Pahokee. To say to her, and saying to her in so many ways that you don't deserve decent housing east of the green, west of this green bridge. If you want better housing, go east of the green bridge. That's just a landmark we use when it comes to setting the line of demarcation, attorney, between us folk in the Glades
I've never
compared
seen
to
a green
those
bridge on the way out here.
aristocratic people over there in eastern Palm Beach County. So,
Gotcha.
I mean, I witnessed that. So I believe in giving credit where credit is due, but I also believe that there comes a time where if there aren't legitimate concerns from a commissioner, that they be taken into consideration, even if you don't agree. But it is worth being heard and worth being listened to. And if there's any adjustments that need to be made, we make those adjustments, whether it's the middle of 2018 or whether it's in the interest of 2019. It's better to address them now than to keep having them dangling over our heads. But I'm just using that at the smoking barrier. That's a quick fix. Hey, put the sign up, I ear hustle. And the attorney said that there's no problem with putting a sign up saying, hey, 50 feet from this building, you can smoke, but anything within that parameter, you need to go, you can't do it. Take home vehicles, that was just mentioned. I really believe, especially in a community as small as the city of Pahokee, that if we have new employees, I think they need to be introduced to the city commission. Hey, welcome to the city. We're a small community. It's not like we're West Palm Beach, where that may, even the school district of Palm Beach County does that to a degree. And those exit interviews, which I know was a concern from our mayor, even when we were featured in the magazine about being an up-and-coming city, one of the things that was mentioned was how can we be more appealing to businesses and enticing businesses in our community. I don't think constructive criticism, let me make a distinction between that. I think there's a difference between constructive criticism versus, aha, I caught you with your pants down. And I just believe that if our city is going to continue to make progress, we have to get to a place that we know the difference between constructive criticism and just criticism, and be open to that, because I believe that's a part of making us better, when we have our ears to the ground hearing the constructive criticism, and we invite the citizens to join our committees, do whatever to help make for a better Pahokee. Clerk responsibilities, I thank you for bringing that clarity, attorney, because one of the things we have to understand as commissioners, that the power is not vested in us as an individual, but the powers is vested in a collective body. And so, they're not to our disposal, meaning city staff or city employees, as individual commissioners, but they're at our disposal as a body of commissioners. And I think that needs to be understood. And I think I had concerns with the way city staff regard us. Not saying that they need to treat us as Lord, but I made mention in our budget workshop, Mayor, if I may, when we received an email from a city staff that I felt was toned a little bit bordering being out of line. And so I'm not going to say the concerns that were mentioned were so in left field that they didn't warrant our listening ear. But I do think we need to, I do think we need to create an environment where we can, state our claims and it not be taken as all-out attacks.
Thank you, Commissioner Evans. I also agree that many of the concerns was valid and need to be discussed, need to be listened to, and those that we should be implementing, we should implement. The best way to do that would be to incorporate these concerns, and some of them is already there in the personnel policy as far as employees being introduced to the city commission. That's a policy that need to be done. And it states in that policy as soon as possible. To me, my interpretation, that would be at the next available commission meeting unless something happens with the employee that they are not able to attend. And I know it's after hours, the employee could be compensated with some type of leave to make up for the time that they was here at the commission meeting. So I would ask this commission to take a look at these items and things that we need to incorporate into our personnel policy. It become a policy. Some of these items are day-to-day, but even day-to-day, once we have a policy in place, would now be expected to be followed. And we don't have to come back and get a majority opinion or approval for those particular policies. The recognition of the city championship teams. I think we try to do that each time a team have a championship in Pahokee. That's something, if we don't, each commissioner at the time of can make that recommendation that we honor and recognize them. But if you want to just have it permanently put in a policy, that city staff would make some type of recognition or some type of program to recognize and honor those champions, we can do that.
I think what she was speaking to specifically, because she used the word monument, I do remember in that open area adjacent to town center, that there was a sign designated in that area that paid, that just gave credit to the
Okay.
championships.
Right.
And
Yeah, have a
things like that.
permanent-
Yeah, a permanent.
Okay.
Like,
Maybe in our recreational complex, if we can't any longer do it,
Exactly.
adjacent to town center,
Okay.
and some other than wood.
the players too.
And going back
Players
to
too.
the exit interviews, I don't know if that's part of the personnel policy. I know in the past, that's something that city manager does to kind of gauge why a person is leaving, kind of get their input and what can be done in the future to make the city work environment better or more productive, or to just kind of get a trend of what's happening when you do have an employee leave, whatever reason. And that information was given to the city commission. That's something that need to continue to be practiced. If it's not in our personnel policy, as a policy, we need to include that in there. But one of the things I wanted to try to do in the beginning of the new year is really review our personnel policy and see what changes. We don't have to wait on a charter change to provide some type of instruction for the city manager. If that's something that the commission as a whole feel we need, we can implement some of those things and it won't interfere with day-to-day. For instance, the car allowance, providing a car, that need to be part of the personnel policy that the commission is informed, because right now it's a day-to-day operation. At this point, he don't have to, but I think coming from the majority, that's something we want as a part of his responsibility to share with this commission. It will be there for him to do.
Can I just can I ask a question, and I'm gonna point this question to legal? I do understand day-to-day operations, and I worked in a school system where we had a superintendent that we didn't have the authority to communicate directly to the school board member, but we had the authority to, where we were within policy, to go to the superintendent. Superintendent would then communicate to the board whatever the requests were, vice versa. But although we hire a city manager to do the day-to-day operations that we don't do. But would we be stepping, I don't see, legally, would we be stepping out of our bounds if we have a concern, not with employees using the vehicle to go to a conference, the mailbox, I don't even know that TV stuff. But the concern of saying, hey, nothing out of line with the city manager saying, hey, I want to be a little bit more attractive than other cities, and I want to give as a bonus to whomever a car to lure them over to our city as opposed to an adjacent city or a neighboring city, what have you. But say, for instance, majority of the commission is not in agreement with that for whatever reason. And it's mentioned in a meeting, and majority of the commission feel like a moratorium need to be put to that practice. Would that be an illegal practice coming from the commission?
No, it wouldn't be illegal. The commission is supposed to establish the policies and the procedures that are applied throughout the city. And it's the city manager's responsibility to take those policies and procedures and to implement them with respect to all the employees. So for instance, if you would like to take a look at adopting a uniform automobile policy for the city or the use of the city vehicles, then you have the right to do that. So it can be listed on one of your subsequent agendas, and you can just lay out what you'd like to have in that policy.
Understood that
Yeah.
we can do the policy part, but prior to a policy being put in place, would we be outside of our bounds legally to say, hey, we want to put a moratorium to this practice until we develop a policy that would speak to daily use and also at take-home vehicles?
You can establish a policy that says essentially that from this point
saying
forward
prior to
until there's a new policy adopted, there will be no car incentives offered to new employees. In other words, new employees will not be offered as part of their package the use of a city vehicle. You can say that if you want. I think you need to be cautious, so there are some jobs, I believe, of course, that require the use of city vehicles, of course. Yeah,
Understood.
yeah, so I think you're talking about an employee taking a city vehicle home and being able to use that city vehicle for personal trips as part of their benefits.
Yeah, see, I'm a sum total. I don't traffic the runway. I like to get to the heart of the issue.
Right.
So the heart of the issue is I'm social services director at the nursing home.
Right.
My job is from 9 to 5. I don't have any emergency calls coming to me. So in the event that, being that I'm in that position that I'm in, it doesn't warrant me to get a vehicle to go home. Now, Mr. Johnson, who is the public works director, something may happen anywhere in our city. We understand, without any insult to anyone's intelligence, we understand that he would need a vehicle beyond his to get wherever he needs to go. But now, if I'm a director of a particular, and the parameters of my job is within hours that the city gives, that's up to the will of this city commission and city administration if we decide to say, hey, as an incentive, we want to give you that vehicle. I think that's the heart.
I think that you need to adopt a policy that's applied uniformly. And the commission itself should not be involved in individual cases. For instance, we're going to hire Gary Brandenburg as our city attorney and we're going to give him a car. You shouldn't be involved in individual cases.
Most
You
of
should have a policy that's across the board. Here are the criteria for an employee to be awarded a car, and if you don't meet these criteria, you don't get a car.
So my concern was out of county. That's my concern, my primary concern.
Okay, well, your policy can say that if you're leaving the county for city business, to do something that's specifically authorized by either your job or as a, for instance, you're going to a conference that is going to help you do your job better, that you can, that would be permissible. But if you were just using the car to go somewhere on your own, it wouldn't be.
Exactly.
Mayor, Commissioner. Those policies are already in our human resource manual, and it defines definitively use of vehicles at all times. Our employees sign off on it when they're hired. The things you're discussing are already in writing.
Well, perhaps
There's
we
no-
should give a copy of that to all the commissioners so they can review
I
it.
think we should.
And then see if they want to make any changes
Any
to it.
revision to it.
Yeah, I mean, the things we're discussing here tonight, about city vehicles and, who's being assigned a city vehicle, what's the necessity or the capacity of why they're using it, et cetera, et cetera. I'm very attentive to our city vehicles. Only 2 of them have them. No one else. Everything else is, in town or, as we mentioned before, if we have to run to West Palm Beach for certain errands because we don't have all the amenities here. We've had this conversation already.
Yeah, I think the
We've had it
key,
in detail already, and we explained who had a take-home vehicle already. I gave you the list of this, and we're back on it. Again, I'm confused why we are, but there's been no abuse by anyone with city vehicles. City manager does have authority to assign vehicles as he sees fit. It wasn't designed as an incentive, as has been said earlier. No one uses the vehicles to drive anywhere else outside of city business. But we always are open for revisions, as the mayor said, and review, and I'm certainly open for that. I'm just curious tonight.
so city manager, I guess at the request of this commission, will make sure that each of the commissioners is provided with an updated copy of our current personnel policy and procedure. And in the event of reviewing that, commissioners, if we see a need to adjust or revise any of those policies or even add additional policy to that, we should be able to do that and make those recommendations so we can vote on them in a majority manner. I want to just cover this last topic though, citizen conferences. I can see where board members, advisory board members attend certain conferences if we have the resource and funds to pay for it. But a personal, private citizen, that may be a totally different situation. Maybe the city manager, city attorney, can just briefly address on that particular issue. I'm not quite sure whether you was talking about board members or just an individual citizen who had some.
I didn't think about that, but either or.
Limited board members.
Well, I think that the commission could adopt a policy that if a conference, for instance, was of particular concern to a particular board, that you could pay the costs of sending those board members to that conference. I don't think, as a general matter in your budget, you can pay the cost of just sending citizens randomly to conferences that they might want to go to.
Mayor Commission, if you decide to make a policy like that, I have to caution you that it will disturb your annual budget. That is pretty much definitive on a year-to-year basis. It's critical that those who are elected here on this dais have an opportunity to travel to those conferences. If you expound on the opportunity to now allow citizens to travel, even on boards, you will erode other budget line items that are defined for you already. So you have to be very cautious in that because the budget is very, very, very fine-tuned to this commission, its travel to city manager. When you go beyond those boundaries, then you certainly better have the explanation of additional revenue to adjust for that new policy.
Can we amend that? can you recommend it to that? Because every city, city does that, allow the citizen to come to the conference.
I don't know the percentage of cities that do that. I just know as a city manager in the city of Pahokee, your budget does not allow for that. You do not have additional revenue to go beyond the travel policies that we have set in place today. So I'm not aware of other cities that do it. I'm sure if they have a larger budget than we do, a larger tax base than we do, they certainly have the ability and the opportunity to do that. We're one of those cities that have not reached that threshold where we can branch out to that type of policy making for travel.
Okay, you always making a amendment, comment about what Belgrade does, but now you gonna tell me you can make an amendment to that, for that. So I don't want to hear that. I'm sorry.
But ma'am, I'm giving you hired me to give you the facts. I'm giving you the facts about how
No,
our budget
I'm
operates.
just telling you. I'm telling you what I feel like you're doing.
Well, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If any commissioners felt that they wanted to, as a general public benefit, for instance, provide transportation to a conference that's going on in your adjoining city, you could possibly budget money for that and allow folks to go up to a certain up to a certain limit. I mean, you're not
Exactly.
gonna have enough room for everyone to go, so it's gonna have to be
Exactly.
on a first come, first served basis.
Okay.
I was just going to say something to that degree. You know, when we're saying conferences, maybe we need to also be a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
Because sometimes a conference can be just going to a neighboring city or going over on the coast. I would say that we need to be very cautious in doing that, and if we, as a commission, agree to that, really limited, as the mayor stated, to persons who sit on a board, because you don't want to get, if we would, you don't want to do no free fall or open it up, and then when you start picking certain people, why that group got picked or that person got picked and this person didn't get picked. If we would make that, if this commission sometime in the near future do that, I would definitely limit it or put some parameters in place that would say, hey, maybe board persons, and definitely not just be it open possibly to the general public.
And I agree with that. I agree that too.
Commissioner, at this time, I'm gonna adjourn this workshop. By all means, if we need to continue this discussion further, I would certainly entertain a motion at the regular commission meeting that we have an additional workshop to continue to air out some of these concerns and problems. At this time, I adjourn our workshop, and we would re-intervene in 2 minutes. City Manager,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervyn,
Yes.
Sergeant at Arms.
Yes, sir.
I call this city commission meeting of the City of Pahokee, regular commission meeting of Tuesday, January the 8th, 2019, at 7:03 to order. May we please stand for the invocation given by Pastor Reese, followed by the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, we are coming to you this evening, Lord, to say thank you. We thank you, Lord, for just another year, another opportunity in which to serve you. Father, as we come into this commission meeting, we invoke your presence to be here with us, that you may guide us in everything that we do. We pray that all that we do will bring glory and honor unto you. Lord, you know the citizens are gathered here because they're concerned about their community. We pray, dear God, that they will come in unity as they work together to make Pahokee a better city. We thank you for the privilege you give us to be able to be here and to share. So we ask for your blessings now as we proceed. We ask all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Bab,
Present.
Commissioner Everett,
Present.
Commissioner Hill. Present. Vice Mayor Mervyn.
Present.
Commissioner Walker,
Present.
City Manager,
Present.
City Attorney,
Here.
Sergeant at Arms Davis Partridge. Here. And interim city clerk present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, staff. And thank each of y'all for being here tonight to participate in our regular scheduled meeting of Tuesday, January the 8th, 2019. Just want to acknowledge our special guest. We have Lisa Wilson from Commissioner McKinley office, and we have Pastor Robert Reese from the St. John Church in Belglade. He wears several hats, so what hat are you wearing tonight? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I have to remember that. We're going to move right along our agenda. First item on the agenda is the additions, deletions, and approval of the agenda items. At this time, City Manager, do we have any add-ons to our agenda?
Yes, Mayor. Resolution 2019-04, resolution concerning funding account for debt services for capital project funds for a budget amendment. That's resolution 2019-04. In addition to that, we will add a presentation by Mr. Carl Morrison to presentations. That concludes the additions, Mayor.
Okay. The order of the agenda, I know we have Mr. Ike Power representing the mentoring program of Palm Beach County. He's coming from West Palm, so if it's the pleasure of the commission, I'd like to have that moved up to allow him to accept the proclamation, and if he chooses, he can either stay or leave, depending on his time schedule. Here's interjection. Okay, so we'll move the proclamation for the mentoring program, Mentoring Awareness Month up. Where it will be, we'll move that right after approving the agenda, if that's okay. City Commissioners, are there any other additions or deletions from the agenda item? Hearing none.
Are you moving item 4 under proclamations under the adoption of this agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda with the one add-on and the change of the schedule of the agenda.
Mr.
Order.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, if I'm in order, I'd like to offer a motion that we accept this agenda with the necessary changes that have been made.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin that we adopt the agenda as presented with the add-on and the change in the order of the agenda.
Question, I'm sorry.
Call for question.
I have not opportunity to read the approval minutes. I would like that to be tabled. I mean, taken off the agenda, because the agenda wasn't received till last night, so I haven't seen it.
Mayor, that's fine. We can take it off because those minutes have already been prepared and she needs additional time to read. We can certainly remove that from the agenda and bring it back at the next.
That's one
commission meeting.
particular minutes of October the 23rd that you're
Till
referring to?
October.
All
of
I
them.
said,
All
Said all
agenda,
of them,
okay.
yeah.
1 to 9.
Okay.
That's not a problem, Mayor. We can bring it back at the next commission meeting. They are prepared.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Sure.
As a follow-up question to that, is there an opportunity where we can get those more timely, where we're not approving those?
Yeah, we're working on that with the city clerk. That's something that we discussed previously of getting the minutes prepared earlier so we can review as more, shall I say, getting the agenda out earlier than today. We had some things that occurred at the last minute, but yes, we are having that discussion of getting the agenda out much earlier than today. This is one of those rare occasions where we had a lot to revise, and as you can see, there's several meetings there for approval of minutes, and she was working laborly to get those done, because we want to clear out 2018 minutes, Commissioner Everett, and we didn't go into 2019 with any minutes that have not been concluded or prepared from 2018. So, but sure, we can remove those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes,
Mary Beth.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. The agenda item passes by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to the proclamation that we're moving up in the order of our agenda. It's a proclamation of January 19, Mentoring Awareness Month in the city of Pahokee. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is a proclamation proclaiming January 2019 Mentoring Awareness Month in the city of Pahokee, Florida. Whereas there are few investments more important than those we make in the healthy development and well-being of young people, and whereas research shows that young people matched with a caring adult through a quality mentoring program are 52% less likely to skip school, 46% less likely to use illegal drugs, 37% less likely to skip class, 33% less likely to hit someone, and 27% less likely to start drinking. And whereas mentors serve as essential sources of inspiration, lifting children and youth up, and positioning them for success and their futures. And whereas mentoring is a priority identified in the Youth Master Plan, and whereas the United Way serves as the anchor of Palm Beach County Mentor Network, a professional affiliation of 39 formal mentoring programs with approximately 4,500 children assigned to mentors, working together to elevate mentoring throughout the community. And whereas the city of Pahokee supports the organized mentoring initiatives and encourages participation in mentoring programs. Now therefore, the City Commission of the City of Pahokee do hereby proclaim January 2019 as Mentoring Awareness Month in the City of Pahokee. Signed by all the commissioners and mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney, City Commissioners. Having had the proclamation for Mentoring Awareness Month properly read into the minutes, what's your pleasure?
So moved.
I'd like to offer a motion that we, I thought we was saying we need to,
Walk again.
but we need to state what we're so moved.
I'm corrected.
You can
okay?
still state it, but just second it as a statement.
Okay, well, what I'm seconding is the proclamation proclaiming January 2019 Mentoring Awareness Month in the city of Pahokee, Florida.
Thank you, sir. It has been moved by Commissioner Walker and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett for the approval of the proclamation of January 2019 as Mentoring Awareness Month in the city of Pahokee. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. The proclamation for January 2019 Mentoring Awareness Month passes by a unanimous vote. Would you please join me down, and we're going to have Mr. Ike Power come up to accept this proclamation on behalf of, Ike, who are you accepting on? United Way Mentoring Program and the Brother Keeper Network. Thank you. Mr. Powell, as mayor of the city of Pahokee, give me great pleasure on behalf of the Pahokee City Commission, Vice Mayor Clara Mervin, Commissioner Diane Walker, Commissioner Benny Everett, Commissioner Felicia Hill, along with our city manager Chandler Williamson and our entire city staff to present the Brother Keeper program with this proclamation recognizing January 2019 as Mentoring Awareness Month in the city of Pahokee. And I'm gonna allow our Commissioner Everett to present this to you officially.
Mr. Powell, it's our privilege to present to you this proclamation proclaiming January 2019 to be Mentoring Awareness Month in the city of Pahokee, Florida, and it's awarded on this 8th day of January 2019, Mayor Keith W. Babb Jr., Vice Mayor Clara M. Mervin, and our fellow commissioners, along with City Manager Chandler Williamson. Again, it's our privilege.
Mr. Powell was here in the city of Pahokee just a few weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks, along with other mentoring program. He's actively recruiting mentors for the Pahokee and Glaze region. So I'm gonna allow him to say a few words on this program and just whatever he would like to say at this time.
So thank you, Mayor Babb, and I also want to thank all of the commissioners for declaring January as Mentoring Awareness Month here in the city of Pahokee. Also want to thank the city manager, Chandler Williamson, And thank you all for all that you do, especially to ensure the success of the youth here in the Glades, specifically in the city of Pahokee. The reason I approached the city about this proclamation, I'm so delighted that you declared this as a proclamation, is because January on a national level is National Mentoring Month. And in my role as the My Brother's Keeper Task Force leader here in Palm Beach County, I work very, very closely with the United Way of Palm Beach County, and we're working diligently with them to increase mentor-mentee matches. So Mayor Babb referred to the recruitment event that was held a couple weeks ago. We had a great recruitment event, great turnout on behalf of the city of Pahokee. I know a couple of the commissioners were there. My brother here was there as well, and I appreciate you taking out the time to being with us for that recruitment. And I know your heart is in mentoring, as well as all of your hearts are in mentoring for the success. I've seen the city commissioners very active in the work that we do here in Palm Beach County for the young people, especially with our Birth to 22 efforts that's going on through the Youth Services Department at the county, and I appreciate your continued participation in that. Right now, one of the things that I'm working on as the My Brother's Keeper Task Force is we're working on our Race to Equity Summit that's going to be held on the 20th and 21st of February at the Convention Center in Palm Beach County. I'm hopeful that you all will be able to join us, as well as many citizens as possible from Pahokee will able to join us. We're also working with the school district to bring a portion of the conference out to the Glades community for one of those days. So again, I want to thank you all for recognizing the month of January as Mentoring Awareness Month here in the city of Pahokee. Thank you very much.
Again, congratulations to my Brother Keeper program for all the hard work that you do, not only in Pahokee, but the entire Glades community. I also want to thank Mr. Herbert Crawford too, during that mentoring program. He was instrumental in getting guests there and inviting the public and people who he felt that would possibly take part in this program to be a part of it. So thank you, Mr. Crawford, also. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into our citizen comments. You must have a comment card completed. This is for agenda items only. City Clerk, at this time, do we have any citizen comment card completed?
Yes, we have one from Ms. Mosley.
Ms. Mosley.
Tamara Mosley.
Hi, my name is Tamara Mosley, and I'm with the Max Prestige Realty. I do a lot of business in Pahokee, and Pahokee's very important to me. I averaged this year about 25 properties between land, residential, and commercial sold in Pahokee, just in Pahokee this year. I have noticed that the hospital is back up for seven. There was no request for the RFP, and I have a buyer. So I didn't know that it was back up for grabs, so to speak. So I would like to ask that the commission, that the city hears my buyer out first before they choose to vote on this tonight. I think that is very important what comes to the city. I think the businesses that come to the city are very important. So I would just ask that you hear my buyer out before you make any kind of decision tonight. Not to step on anybody's toes. I don't even know who bought that buyer. I have no clue. From what I understand, looking it up, it's an assisted living facility. It's not been in business but a year. But we already have next door the nursing home. It's a living facility. Are we gonna put them out of business? That's just some of the questions that I have concerns about, not to step on anybody's toes. Again, I don't know. I just want I have a buyer and I would like for them to be heard before this is, because again, it did not go out to the public that it was backed up for grabs.
Thank you.
And I want to say another thing. The other day I called the city. I called, I did extension, I could probably tell you 206, 2000, 201. I think maybe 211 or 203 or something like that. I did several extensions, at least 5. No answer. None. Over and over and over and over. And finally, I just started hitting until I got some maybe answer.
What day was that?
Thursday, I spoke to Chandler finally. I got a hold of Chandler, and I'll let Chandler know that I do have a buyer that I would like to hear out.
I was asking the day you had problem in reaching staff or someone at City Hall. What day was it? Trying to see if it was a,
What was it, Chandler? Thursday, I believe. I could go back on my phone. I think it was maybe Thursday.
I'm not aware, I know you
Thursday,
were
no, what was today?
Yeah.
No, it was Monday.
Monday, yeah,
Monday.
but you were actually calling my cell phone.
Well, I
Unless you called
called,
on
yeah, I
this too.
called the cell phone,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, But
I actually called
Monday
the
actually, ironically, on Monday actually is when our system went down. Our IT was rebooting our system, which is connected to our server. So that's probably why you got that. So it was multiple calls and multiple extensions. Our system was down most of Monday while the IT was doing some maintenance, unfortunately. So it wasn't by malice or anything like that. But she did call me on my cell phone. We did
I did
eventually
get
talk.
him, yeah.
Yeah.
And no offense to anybody that's coming that has the contract, it has nothing to do with that business. It's business. I have a buyer. And I just think that it's important to the city that we look at what is coming in. Is it going to benefit? What can it do for the city? Can it bring more jobs? Can it bring more people, more opportunity? Can it bring other people in to work here, to be here, to come in to use the facilities? I think that's very important. And I want to say one more thing and then I'm done. We mentioned something about Kings Trailer Park. Listen, I know there's issues there. He's aware of it. But it is the son. I have made my own appointment with Chandler, with him. We have sat down, it's Charles, it's the son. We've sat down with Chandler and addressed that he is very aware that there were issues up there. He inherited it. He did not buy it. He didn't ask for it. He inherited it, along with a lot of other family problems that he has to deal with. But he did go in there and he asked, please help me. What can I do? What can we do? Will you give me time? I have a lot of things going on and I'm trying to take care of it. I sat right there with him. And that's what he was trying to do. But one thing I want to note is city cars.
Mr. Mayor, if I may be in order, so that we can be fair, equitable, straight across the board. I'm not saying that she needs to end her presentation, but
Well,
I think
I'm
we need to
done.
formally give her extended time, and so that we don't send a mixed message to our citizens.
okay,
When
point
we-
well
when we make
taken.
comments.
She said she's done.
I'm done.
All right.
The only thing I wanted to add to that is that the property that I have across the street listed for sale from the city, everybody sees my sign there, it's the plaza. We painted it to make, well, Charles painted it to make sure that we were not in violation. We were all good there. Everything should be fine there, as far as liens and everything with the city. But the city parks.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm
Well,
sorry.
the city parks their cars on that property.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
For free. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any additional comments card pertaining to agenda items?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll move to our public service announcement. We also must have a public service card completed. City manager, city clerk, at this time, do we have any public service comments card completed?
Yes, sir. We have one from Mr. Carl Morrison,
Mr. Morrison?
Senior.
Oh, that's important.
Oh, yeah. Don't miss out my third. I hit.
Good evening, everyone. Carl Morrison, Senior, 2587 Southwest 14th Terrace. The public announcement is to announce to all candidates and to the public. On the 20th of next month, which is a Wednesday, we're gonna have to get to meet the candidates tonight. So everyone, please come out where you can know where your candidates stand. You don't have to go by hearsay, you will be there. So on the 20th of next month at 6 o'clock at the rec center next door, from 6 to 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. City Clerk, at this time, are there any additional comments card pertaining to public service announcements?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. The approval of the minutes was deleted from our agenda. That will be done at a later commission meeting. We don't have any consent agenda items. We do have an ordinance 2019-01. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, modifying Section 2-1, legal holidays, closing of City Hall, of the Code of Laws and Ordinances of the City of Pahokee, providing for severability, repeal of laws and conflicts, inclusion in the code, and effective date. Mr. Mayor, the city has had on the ordinance books for many years a ordinance establishing which days are legal holidays. Over the past 8 or 9 years, the city has, by practice, established legal holidays, sometimes during your budget workshop, sometimes by resolution at a particular meeting. In other words, the city, by practice, has not followed the list of legal holidays in your ordinance, but has established additional holidays sometimes, and sometimes it's been necessary to change the dates for some of these holidays. So to clean up that issue and to make sure that the city is following its rules in the future, what I'm recommending is that we delete the ordinance, and that in the future we do it by official resolution each year of the commission after you've gone through the budget session and had discussions on this. So this is being offered to you as a additional option to what you already have on the books. You see the holidays that are set forth in the ordinance do not necessarily correspond to the holidays that the commission has approved in the past.
Thank you, City Attorney. Hopefully we have some questions prior to the vote. Do we currently have the holiday schedule based on the ordinance in here and now?
No, the ordinance has a particular amount of holidays that were approved many, many years ago. It's been expounded on since then, and so we're trying to just bring some, codify what we think should be a better practice versus what was printed versus what we're actually practicing. And this came about because there was a concern that what was actually stated in the ordinances was not being actually practiced, and so we want to have the ability to just bring it to you every year and say these are the holidays for the new fiscal year, and we approve it instead of just having a blanket definition of it in the Code of Ordinances, which does not comply with what we do every year, because the dates change every year based on where the holidays fall, etc.
City Commissioners, having heard that explanation and having heard the ordinance pertaining to removing the actual holiday schedule, what's your pleasure? And we definitely would have time for some discussion on this.
Mr. Mayor, if I'm in order, I would like for, to offer a motion that we accept ordinance 2019-01 first reading for our consideration tonight.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin that we'll accept and adopt ordinance 2019-01 on the first reading. Call for questions.
Well, not ready to vote, but I do have a concern, just not concern, but clarity with regards to city managers' rationale. You're saying practice is,
What, no, my apologies. What we're saying is, the holidays that we approve does not coincide with what's in the ordinance.
Okay.
By taking it out of the ordinance, it gives you the ability, when we're approving the annual budget, to make decisions beyond what was printed in the Code of Ordinances. So it gives you a little bit more authority to decide how many holidays, exactly when and where the holidays will be observed beyond what the actual printed version is now in the Code of Ordinances.
so to put the cookie on the low shelf, for example, are we talking specific to maybe Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Yeah, we're talking all holidays.
But I'm saying, just to pull out an example, I think, you know, basically what this ordinance says on paper is just Christmas. But I think, did not our
That we
employees?
add, but we also do the day after Christmas, correct?
Yeah,
And so
so-
that gives you the power to I won't say legally, but by policy, approve that moving forward.
Yeah,
And it'll be
I
okay
just-
in the eyes of, i.e. maybe the Inspector General or someone like that who reviews those types of practices.
Yeah. I just wanted clarity.
Sure.
Because I think we flex, you know, our practice during the budget. We
Correct.
Gave them the day after. that
Correct.
kind of thing. All right.
And
Just
our
wanted to
ordinance
clarify.
doesn't speak to that,
All
correct?
right?
I'd just like to also point out that most of the times when you discuss this, I'm not even present during your budget workshops, so I wouldn't even have the opportunity, had I thought of it, and honestly, I probably wouldn't have, of pointing out that they differ from what's in the code book.
Additional questions? I have a question. I've had a concern of this for a while now, at least 2 years. I think as I came back as an elected official, one of the first things I noticed was that we wasn't following our holiday schedule according to what was written as part of the policy. And we got away from the fact that at budget time, the commission should approve those holidays, although they was listed, because they could change somewhat. I thought they was out of norm, a little higher than what other cities and counties was taking. So I had some major concern. I think some of my colleagues had asked at the time, you know, what was the problem? The problem was most residents and citizens want us to operate our city like a business. So we are in competitive competition with other cities and other municipalities in surrounding areas. So I don't like the fact that we're totally removing it. I think it should be there, showing some defined days that we are authorizing to take. However, in addition to that, as a safety net, I think we should, on an annual basis, approve those holidays. To totally remove them out of there would, to me, add more confusion to the problem, especially if we don't get the opportunity in advance to make sure we approve those days that's there. I had some serious problems and some questions about the days we was taking. And give you an example, Christmas. I don't know if any city took 3 days off for Christmas. I don't know if any city took 3 days off for Thanksgiving. I'm not saying the rationale could be that, you know, our salary scale is lower than others, and this is a means of compensation or whatever the case may be. But at least this year, we was able to approve them in advance. And the commission agreed on those days that was recommended by the city manager. But I don't agree with taking them out totally. I think it should be defined days for holidays, standard days, and anything in addition to that should be approved by the city commission on an annual basis.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, because from my memory, I don't think we gave employees time off in excess, meaning I thought maybe if we did, we might have deviated from the county schedule, maybe 2 days, I'm thinking, at the most. It was just how it was placed, and I guess coming from the school district, where, you know, and I remember referencing that, where we took off Bologna Day, but anyway, I would agree with you in the sense that we need to stay within a reasonable parameter and maybe set some days to be non-negotiables, but I didn't see where we probably, maybe instead of giving them Christmas Eve off, maybe give them a half a day or something, if it's an issue that some of my other colleagues share. I really did.
I think part of the ordinance is now, this one we're proposing is to take the holiday schedule completely out and then just vote on it on an annual basis. I'm saying we should keep it in, and then in addition to that, vote on it. That means if there's any adjustment we need, there may be reason why we want to give an extra day here or there, but to totally remove it and not even have that part of it in there, I disagree. I do agree that we need to stay on target of what's in there, but that give us an option of voting to make those adjustments on an annual basis. I think we totally got away with what currently in our holiday schedule, totally.
Mayor, Commission, let me see if I can make it a little easier. Would it be better that, one, those antiquated holidays, the way it's defined now, it's old. There are additional holidays that we do take that are not in there. So let me recommend this, that we remove all of those holidays from the Code of Ordinances and replace it with that annually in the Code of Ordinances, that all holidays will be approved per the commission by resolution. That gets you the opportunity to define all of the holidays they're going to take, and you can approve those holidays. So it will still remain in the Code of Ordinances. It's just those listed holidays are antiquated at this date. We want to take those out to come into conformity with what is being looked at as what we're practicing versus what's in our Code of Ordinances. So that would give you totality over the entire opportunity to set all of the holidays on a yearly basis. So it remains in the ordinances, but those days that are in there now are not all of the days we currently take. It's a very old ordinance. It doesn't represent all of the holidays over the years that have become standard holidays. That's all we're saying.
Can I ask you this question, if I may, Mr. Mayor? When you stated that some of the days are antiquated, could you speak specific to?
It doesn't list all of the holidays from January through December. You got your typical Christmas, Thanksgiving, 4th of July. I think MLK is in there as well. But then those additional days that we have been practicing for not just the last year or 2 years, like the day after Christmas, Christmas Eve, etc. It doesn't align with what we're practicing basis what's written in the Code of Ordinances now fully. And so what we want to do is just codify and be in compliance on a yearly basis. And honestly, doing a resolution every year gives you complete control of actual every day you want to assign from October 1 to September 30th every year. It doesn't confine you to a specific amount of days. It gives you the power to say each year, these are the days we're going to take for the entire 12 months.
I understand that, City Manager, but you name me 2 cities that does that. I don't think one city that I'm aware of that don't have a scheduled list of holidays that they're taking on an annual basis.
Oh, it's listed, Mayor. On October 1, when it's approved, it's listed of everything that we'll take once you approve it. This gives you complete power of your own holidays beyond what the Code of Ordinances have in there now.
I guess
That's all
my
I'm
only
saying.
question, and I guess to bring clarity to any of my other colleagues that might need it, is because you mentioned some days, the days are antiquated, and I know you referenced day before, day after Christmas, as a specific example. Now, I know the local bank, they didn't take the entire Christmas Eve off. They worked to a certain point, and then the remainder of the day they gave their employees. Just using that as an example. What specific, are there any specific holidays that you're looking at that you're saying may be antiquated?
More so the practice of around our holidays of, as the mayor said,
Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Christmas, New Year's Eve. There are some days there that have been added and practiced over the years that do not represent what's in our code of ordinances. So, to make it easier, we wanted to ensure that this commission, during budget time, when the dates come up for the holidays for the new fiscal year, that you have complete control of those dates that you want to set. That's it.
I guess, I hope I'm not speaking for Mr. Mayor, but I'm thinking it's pretty much, I think to him it would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, an extra layer of comfort to have them spelled out in an ordinance or what have you. And then, I guess, give some wiggle room to add if the commission sees fit. But what I'm counting the days as it stands. We have 10 set days, but also this ordinance gives the commission 2 days to be selected by the city commission at budget approval of each year to possibly say, well, we may not give you Christmas Eve, but we can give you the day after Christmas. Or we may not give you the day before Thanksgiving, but those 2 additional days we have, we can give it to you after Thanksgiving.
Let me give you an example. New Year's, I don't know if any city that I'm aware of that took 2 days off for New Year. Now, just take for example the county, they may give you, like you was alluding to, a half a day or a few hours off for New Year. If you work at 5 to 5, they may say, okay, you can leave at 3 or 2. You know, that can give the discretion of the supervisor or the director or whoever. But I don't know if any city took 2 days. We took 2 days off, New Year's and New Year's Eve. We took 3 days off for Thanksgiving. I don't know if any city in Palm Beach County, probably in the state of Florida, that took 3 days off for Thanksgiving. I don't even know if any took 2 days off for Christmas. Personally, I don't. And I've looked and I've followed up and I've called. So that's what I'm saying. We just totally, to me, we got away from our regular schedule. I'm not saying that times on an annual basis, we can't give those days if we see it fit within the budget, but it's not customarily that a city take that many days off for those major holidays that way. So if you take them completely out, it just gives too much leeway and too much discretion, and we may forget to even vote and bring it to our attention to vote on it. So at least you have them listed, and they need to be adjusted now. They need to be conformed with what other cities are taking and what the county is taking to be a little more consistent. And I'm not saying again that you can't go above and beyond that, but we need to have it in writing on an annual basis so it's there. We have that, it need to be updated and more informed with other cities, so we need to adjust that. But this ordinance is asking us to take it out completely and just to vote on it on an annual basis, and that's where I have the problem.
I know, Mayor, in the medical at my other job, every year when the year comes, they give out, like you said, the list of holidays already, what you take off. I know like on Christmas, for Christmas, we take half a day Christmas Eve and off Christmas Day. And so they are listed. You already know up front what days you take it off already, or they are already permanently listed. And they send you out a list of all your holidays, so you already know. You know, so I would say leave them in there and then just adjust them as we go along. I would say leave them in there.
In other questions, in additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk. Again, this first reading.
Commissioner Everett,
Lord, we had much discussion. I'll say, I'll go along with my colleagues. I'll say leave it in there. No.
Commissioner Hill,
No.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
No.
Commissioner Walker,
No.
Mayor Bab.
No. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. On first reading, ordinance 2019-01 failed by unanimous vote. Now we'll move to resolutions. We have first resolution, Resolution 2019-01, City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee authorizing and directing the mayor to execute the interlocal grant agreement by and between the Solid Waste Authority of Palm Beach County and the City of Pahokee.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Commissioners, having had Resolution 2019-01 properly read into the minutes, what's your pleasure?
Could someone, could you elaborate on this a little, Attorney? City Manager.
This is a resolution accepting our grant funds for demolition. Annually, Solid Waste Authority provides an opportunity for municipalities to apply for funding for blighted buildings or dilapidated buildings in your community. We've been very fortunate. In 2017, we received about $599,000 to demolish the old water plant. That project is complete. We have an opportunity now to, we had an opportunity to apply for this grant back in 2018. Again, we were awarded those funds for the old City Hall to be demolished. It's much less than, well, not much less, but about a quarter of a less than what we received previously. But we do feel that there's enough funds to demolish the old City Hall, so we're excited about receiving those funds. And it gives us the opportunity now to go out for bid, and hopefully in several months, you'll see the demolition of the old City Hall. So it was a good job by the Community Economic Development staff in getting the grant in on time, the application in on time to Solid Waste Authority. They've been very kind to us as far as understanding our needs for economic development, and this is another step towards that direction in providing shovel-ready property here in the city of Pahokee that we actually own, that we can expound and maybe promote for another buyer, possibly someone who wants to invest on that property once it's demolished.
Okay, thank you, City Manager.
Does that include the old fire department?
No, it's just the City Hall and the old police department behind
Okay.
there. They didn't expend the funds for the old
Okay,
fire
thank you.
department. That's still in use by Public Works. But there are plans for demolition for that building as well.
Okay.
Let me get a motion in a second, then we'll move to discussion so we can further
I thought we had.
get information that we may need prior to the vote.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept resolution 2019-01 for first reading.
Second.
No, that would, okay, yes, okay.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett for the adoption of Resolution 2019-01. Call for questions, additional questions.
Okay, I know you mentioned, and I'm sorry, I know you mentioned the old City Hall. City Manager, is there a contingency plan for relocation of Public Works? Did I miss that?
They're not moving anywhere. That's not demolition.
Just the old
Just
City
the
Hall?
old City Hall and the police department behind it
But the fire department,
remains.
okay,
Yes.
gotcha. All right, I missed that. All
Yeah,
right.
Sure,
that's right.
sure.
But if that property was ever developed, whether a hotel or some other entity come in to develop that, there's more than likely the,
They would have to relocate.
yeah, just want to let us know that
Yeah.
that's a
Then
possibility. Yeah.
we'll make further.
I think Commissioner Walker may want to know where would they possibly relocate if needed.
Oh, we haven't thought about that because we don't plan to move them right now. We do have a secondary location that we're utilizing for storage. It's one of our buildings that we own. But again, there's no plans to move Public Works right now. If there was a plan to move them and we sell that land, would use those funds to build another public works building someplace else on a piece of property that we own.
Let me ask you one question though. Due to the safety possibility there, are you gonna temporarily relocate them? You talking about
No, it doesn't.
demolition of
It wouldn't affect,
No?
no, those buildings are in vicinity of each other, but it would not affect the demolition. We have our engineers and building inspectors come out, and they've provided the proper procedures of how that would occur. They would gate it off, just like they did the old water plant. These two buildings are closer together, but it wouldn't
So
disturb their day-to-day
contaminant,
operations.
nothing would interfere?
No.
Okay, just wanna make sure
No,
that
it's
we
not,
look at that.
it's not the water plant where you gotta go down at least 6 or 8 feet to pull everything out of the ground per DEP, Department of Environmental Protection. It's just a building without a basement, and they'll level it to the ground and remove it. There's no additional chemicals like the water plant that you have to be concerned with. It wouldn't disturb our day-to-day operations of public works at all.
In addition, question, commissioners? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Everett, Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Resolution 2019-01 passes by unanimous vote. Now we will entertain Resolution 2019-02. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, authorizing the mayor's execution of an application to the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, for a permit for the annual Martin Luther King Jr. Parade.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Commissioners, having heard Resolution 2019-02 properly read into the minutes, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, if I'm in order, I would like to offer a motion that we accept Resolution 2019-02 for our consideration today as read and explained by our attorney.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Commissioner Hill for the adoption of Resolution 2019-02. Call for questions. Hearing none, you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Resolution 2019-02 passes by unanimous vote. Now we will entertain Resolution 2019-03. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, directing the mayor to sign the attached as-is contract for sale and purchase with Santa Rosa ALF LLC for a property located at 200 South Barfield Highway. This is the contract for sale and purchase of the old hospital. I'd like to note that this is an unsolicited offer to the city, primarily as due to the hard work of one of our local realtors who would like to make a presentation with regard to this property. You heard earlier during the meeting that there may be another party interested in this. I would say that you had previously put this out for an RFP and there was a response to it. That transaction fell through. We have not advertised it again publicly. As I indicated, local realtors have been shopping this property around, and as a result, we have this offer. You do have an ordinance on your books that says that prior to the selling of any property, that you will place an ad in the newspaper and put a sign on the property prior to the sale. So that's where we stand. We have an unsolicited offer that has not been the result of an advertisement. You've heard tonight that there might be somebody else as well interested in the property. So you have a contract before you. I think that under these circumstances that the city may want to consider putting an ad in the newspaper and running that ad for a period of time, putting a sign up. and asking the Realtor that is offering this contract tonight to talk to their client about participating in that RFP, a virtue of an advertisement.
Okay, thank you. Would it be inappropriate to at least, we have a ordinance here, a resolution here, would be inappropriate to hear from the Realtor just to get
Well,
his?
I think you should
Right. I think I
definitely
should.
hear from this gentleman. He's really worked hard on behalf of the city to try to find this purchaser. And we really don't want to lose this purchaser as well. That's where we stand.
So would we be in order to hear him first and then go into accepting the resolution and then go into further discussion?
Yes.
If need be?
That would be
And we can also
appropriate.
do a little small Q&A?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
You may approach.
Thank you very much. A lot of effort's been put into this property. I watch this property every day, 4 times a day. I walk my dogs in front of it, and I really want to get it sold. I want it to get fixed up and made into something. The group that I am speaking to, gentleman who wrote the contract, they've been in business for 12 years. They have a complex in Homosassa, Florida. They have another complex in La Cento, Florida, which has been sold pending closing. They have one under construction in Trinity, Florida, and they have 2 on the drawing boards right now. So it's not been a year, and it's been in business for 12 years, and they have multiple properties throughout the state of Florida. When I first met with them, it was just before the holidays. Since there wasn't a meeting, I've been out there twice with them. The first time with a group of 4 people, met them, we spent about 2.5 hours. They weren't tire kickers. You can always tell when somebody's just kind of looking around. We spent a lot of time the first time. The second time I met out there was a Dr. Daisy. He is one of the main physicians in this complex. He also designs all his properties. I spent 4 hours with him out there the second time, and we did our inspection, and we have been out there since then for him getting additional information. They're also in the process of designing their place. They already gave me some ideas what they're gonna do and how they're gonna do it. So I think that out of the 28 calls that I received over the last 3-month period, and I must have had maybe, I don't know, maybe 13, 14 showings, actually meet people at the property. They went there from 2 minutes and out, and they went there from 4 hours and out. So this is the most interested party I think I have the opportunity to work with. And these folks really are interested in this property. So I feel that really strongly about this, that since we've done a lot of our due diligence already, since we already had almost 2 full months to actually do the inspections and do work around and get all the information they needed. Chandler provided a thumb drive with all the documentation from the building when it was built from the beginning. It was extremely helpful. So they were able to get all the information they needed from that thumb drive that we emailed up to them. So it's a good group. I feel good about it. I really do. I'm happy to represent them and represent this to the city. So I really feel that they're gonna do a good job. If you wanna get some, I don't mind telling you a little bit about what their plans are, if that's what you'd like to know, Bishop? As far as what they wanna do with the property, what they've been telling you.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a home for the aged. The second floor of the complex, there's gonna be strictly all the rooms. Now, there's a lot of rooms up there, but their idea is to divide the areas up, make them bigger and smaller, to make suites or rooms. They're talking between 60 to 80 beds on the second floor. And that's gonna be where the residents will stay. As you walk in the building, and then you go to your right, immediate right, that's where the emergency room is. That's gonna be additional patient rooms, or they're also thinking about converting that into a facility for the medical doctors. They're gonna offer, I think they called it urgent care facility, that they're gonna have physicians and assistant physicians in that area there. That's gonna be available to also not only treat the patients in Pahokee, but also treat the patients from the hospital, because there's a big complex. The existing kitchen that's there now, as you go to the second hallway and make a left-hand turn, that the kitchen area, that whole wing will be opened up, and it's gonna be the full kitchen for the facility.
And then they have other plans for the other wing, but it's not going to be done right away. The other wing will probably be additional rooms, additional facilities for the residents. But they're going to start with the upstairs first. That's the entire upstairs construction. The restaurant, the food part, the food court part, and then of course the medical office is downstairs. So it's exciting. I'm really happy to be working with these guys. They seem to be very knowledgeable. They've been doing this a long, long time. They have multiple properties now. And they're capable of developing the property into what we want to see. And what I don't want to see anymore as a neighbor, as a resident, I don't want to look at that place anymore. It's a mess.
Okay, thank you,
But,
sir.
yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions, anybody, or are we good? We good?
We're good, thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Well, I got have a,
Can we accept the resolution?
Yeah, then we need to discuss, this
Okay.
and have whatever.
All right, Mr.
discussion.
Mayor, if I'm in order, I would like to
Make a motion.
make a motion that we accept Resolution 2019-03 as was read and explained by our city attorney, and also presentation briefly by the broker.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin that we accept Resolution 2019-03. Call for questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't think I minced my words when I've expressed my concern regarding this project. One, being that we've had a facility, and I'm just gonna put it out there, I do work for the facility, but even if I did not work for the facility, I would still have a concern because this facility has been in our community for a number of years, and one of the concerns that I voice, and I know that we have people that may be on opposite aisles of this, is that this facility employs not only people from Pahokee and Belle Glade and South Bay, but also Clewiston. And just the potential of this facility coming in to pose a threat. Another concern that I have is appraised value versus selling value. I'm just going to enumerate my concerns, and so I can make way for my colleagues to say whatever they have to say regarding this project. Also, I think this property, this piece of property is very much near and dear to the citizens of Pahokee. And while we want to sell this property, while we want to get it in a place, position for it not to be an eyesore, because it is near and dear to us, because we've had people in the past to campaign on the slogan that they were going to get it reopened. I think we need to open it up to citizens, to the city, to possibly say what they want to see in this particular property. That's my position. But one of my major concerns is the potential threat that it could possibly pose to an established facility. That's just my position, and I'm just one commissioner. Also, to make sure that we're selling it at best price. And then also, final concern I have is you have someone here who's expressed that they have a possible person who wants to purchase, and also what the legal advice that our city attorney just rendered to us is the reason why I just couldn't fully, with good conscience, give a affirmative on tonight.
Commissioner Walker.
that's my question with he going out. That's my question is to the attorney. What if they,
Yeah, I'm not an attorney, but technically, legally, I don't think we're able to move forward with the
That's what I'm talking
sale
about.
because our own ordinance say that it must be advertised for sale. So excited I am about the possibility of this building being sold, and believe me, I am. I think we'll be in violation of our own ordinance if we proceed. So my recommendation would be to defeat this particular ordinance, put it out on the market for 30 days, and hopefully, the best offer, the best proposal for this use of this facility would be brought to us at that time.
Remember, that's where I stand, because I think it would be fair to put it out for the RFP, since we have another interested party that interested in it. I think it would be fair, not just to close it with this one, it's to hear the other party So, you know, and also, like you
Candidate
said,
too.
legal, do it the right way, put the sign up, and, at least 30 days, and see, and go from there. I think that,
And I would also strongly encourage, don't dismiss maybe hearing from public
yeah.
to see what they may, want in this property. Because, I mean, we went from one extreme, in my opinion, to another. Once we wanted a facility that would provide some care for infants, all the way up to, geriatrics or something. I think, if my memory serves me correct. Now we're talking about an assisted living facility. It's no personal attack on anybody, but hey, it's just my position, and I just don't want us grabbing at something, and because somebody promised us a pie in the sky, and not yield. And then another concern that I have, when we sell this property, I don't know the proper realtor term. When we sell it, are we going to go down the dangerous paths that we went in previous properties where we've sold properties to persons? They promised to do something, and then 1 year, 2 years, 5 years roll around, and you still don't see the product that they promised. So we need to have some conditions in this agreement to say, when we sell it to you, if you don't do what you say, because I can pay somebody $2,000 to bring a pie in the sky plan. But if you don't do it within a certain amount of time, which is reasonable, we need to get our property back. Because we got instances where, hey, they say they were going to expand things. We're still looking at blight.
Mayor Commission, that was the intent of the RP when we advertised it last year. So all those things that Commissioner Everett has mentioned was in that RP. However, we are in our in our annual third year. I think it's every 3 years we get to sell property, and it has to be for specific purposes. 2019 is one of those years that we get to sell property now in the city of Pahokee. We're not looking for an RP. We'll put a for sale sign up, and we'll go from there and listen to offers that are being provided. I do agree with Commissioner Everett. You also have to engage the public to ensure that we're moving in the right direction. I think doing another RP, you're going to extend the time before we can get anyone to purchase, because there's so many other prerequisites with an RP. But we are in the 2019 year where we can just sell property. And so if that's the wish of the commission to stay in legal sufficiency, what we can do is post it for sale and take, those offers in, and then bring those offers back to the commission for a decision, moving forward. That does allow us to do that in 2019. You don't need an RP.
Okay.
And can I strongly suggest we clean that property up and, the best we can in terms of manicuring the lawn, landscape, put a for sale sign to make it as attractive as possible, because there are some areas I voiced concerns where it's looking like it's accumulating. People are using it as a piling area.
Yeah, we try to stay on top of it as much as possible, Commissioner Everett, with Public Works. We realize it's one of those properties that is an eyesore, and people sort of look at it and think they can just go and dump there. We do our best, and that's why we're aggressively trying to get this property sold so we can make it something valuable in the city of Pahokee. But again, the attorney had to step up for a moment. So the same with legal sufficiency, and we are in the year where we can sell city property this year. Not only this property, but all our other small lots. Our ordinance calls for every 3 years to sell property, so I would strongly recommend that if that's the way we need to move, allow us to post a sign, advertise it in the newspaper. I wouldn't recommend we leave it out there too long, because we may lose interest of
No, we
the
don't want
buyers
it
on
out
the
there
table
more than 30
and
days.
other
You can
interest
get
groups
it.
as well. So we'll move in that direction based on the
Okay.
commission's recommendation.
My only concern with the process is we don't limit or dictate what a potential investor can do with the property.
Well,
I mean, it can be up
the
to-
attorney's not in the room,
Right.
but once you put a for sale sign, it's open to all buyers. Once you select a buyer, then you go into negotiations with that buyer, what you're expecting in the sale of the outcome of that property thereafter. Right now, we're just opening it up for, to receive opportunities to get bids on for selling it.
Okay.
So,
If-
but I understand.
Yeah,
I totally agree with you.
If I had the winning bid or whatever you want to call it, should no one dictate to me what I can use that property for. It can be within a certain parameter.
Right.
You know,
Right.
but you don't want to
Right.
force them to do something they don't want to do. They're going
Right.
to walk away from the table
Right.
to do that,
Yeah.
most of them anyway.
Right.
That's just my
I
concern.
agree.
Commission, just remember,
That's
when
been
we
my
put a for sale sign up and we advertise, that is not an RFP, it's not the lowest bidder, it's the highest person that comes to the table with the most money. So it changes the concept of the competitiveness of selling that property. Those interested parties now have to come back to the table, you know, with something that we can bring back that is amendable for us fiscally. So it changes the dynamics tremendously. It's no longer the lowest bidder, it's actually the highest bidder when you're selling. And I understand Sam's veracity behind this sale. He's been very good to the city. He's been promoting, trying to sell this property for quite some time. He's been very diligent in his approach, ensuring that we find somebody to take over this property, because as he said, it's a major eyesore in the city of Pahokee. There was no indication that anyone else was interested in this property, but I understand also what was stated earlier, that it wasn't advertised with a for sale sign in front of it, and you know that I understand that part as well. So to stay within legal sufficiency, we can do that for a limited time, and then take in, you know, what we feel is the most appropriate offer for the hospital.
Okay. Any additional questions?
No, that was just my biggest concern with the hospital itself. I just feel that when it comes to investors coming in and they're willing to give, you know, pay for this stuff, I mean, we have to kind of understand the investor's mindset or the realtor's mindset, or whoever's coming in, and see and just pray that we have enough transparency and build a relationship between the investors, and pray that they kind of do some things that are in favor of the city. I mean, I think when we go to the table, like, you know, with some of the verbiage that we may be going to it with, it kinds of, I know if I was an investor, I would kind of shy back from it. And being that that building is in a shape that it's in, I mean, some things we just kind of, you know, not really go with the flow, but if the investors are willing to come in and do what they're doing, let's just allow that to happen.
Commissioner Air, did you have a final question?
Well, I just want to go on the record to say, now I'm not saying that to any potential buyer that we dictate to them what they build, and I also want to go on the record to say that I'm not discouraging potential investors, but let's be honest, in the past we've sold property in our city because someone promised to do something. And it's just like a relationship when you've been scarred before. You just set up a wall of defense. You don't want to have that happen again. I wouldn't care if somebody from Pluto came to buy it. I think we need to put some parameters in place that you just don't bring no fancy presentation of which I have not seen. And we don't give some type of stipulation to say when you acquire this building, this property rather, you have a certain time frame to produce, put up, or shut up. And that's all I'm saying. If you ain't gonna do anything with it, then there needs to be something in there to say we can acquire it back. Because let's not forget that we've had properties that we've sold that people said they were gonna put skyscrapers. I'm not saying that exactly, but they said they were gonna do some beautiful things, and we still waiting on it.
I think when you're doing, I'm sorry, Mayor. I think when you're doing things like that, I think it's just certain circumstances and situations that we've gone through, and we all know what you know, we know what we've experienced even in the past as well as now. But I will say again, when you're dealing with investors or when you're dealing with realtors and these people are bringing their monies and their funds in, I sometimes it's kind of, not saying I don't agree, I'm not disagreeing with Commissioner Everett, but when you're dealing with these type of deals, I would think that you would just pray that we build a relationship with them and, you know, build something that's going to benefit the community and be beneficial to, you know, the community. But just to get in there and do that, I think it would just kind of shy back, allow them to shy back.
Thank you. Hearing no additional questions, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
No?
Commissioner Hill,
No.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
No.
Commissioner Walker,
No.
Mayor Bass.
No. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Resolution 2019-03 failed by unanimous vote.
Mayor, Commission, City Attorney, would it be in order to request that we make a motion for the city clerk to take this out for advertisement and sale right now at this point?
Yes. Entertain a motion for advertisement.
Mr. Mayor, if I'm in order, I'd like to make a motion that city clerk place property out for advertisement and sale.
Second.
I was gonna stipulate a specific time frame. I forgot that.
It's 30 days. What's the minimum we can do?
It has to be advertised for 30 days.
Yeah, I was like 30 days. That should be enough.
Sale, we just sell.
It has to be a for sale sign and an ad in the newspaper as well.
30 days.
Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna do this outside of the sun, right? We're gonna go beyond the sun, right? Sun newspaper.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
We start with the Palm Beach Post first. We're inclusive of everyone.
Not
but-
bastardizing our
Yeah, no,
newspaper, but we
No,
wanna
we
kinda
do
open it
Palm
up
Beach
too.
Post, we do El Neo and all the others as well.
All right.
Yeah, yeah.
Who made the motion
I did.
and seconded?
I think Murphy second.
Okay, I don't know if I indicated it yet. Been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly second by Vice Mayor Mervin that we go out for advertisement for the sale of the old house pillar property. Call for questions. Hearing none. Are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Resolution 2019-03 passes by unanimous vote. Now we would entertain the add-on resolution, which is Resolution 2019-04. City Attorney.
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to apologize for everybody. I had to run next door and get some sugar. I was going into a low sugar situation.
Okay.
So I had to take care of that. Again, I apologize for that. This is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, approving budget amendment number 1 in the amount of $424,807 and the creation of 2 fund accounts, Debt Service Fund and Capital Project Fund in the 2018-2019 fiscal year budget. This creates a decrease in your general fund in the amount of $424,000, 807 and then you are establishing 2 new funds. The one is essentially a debt service sinking fund into which a portion of your discretionary sales tax will be put and used to pay off the debt service on your bond with the Bank of Belgrade. And the second fund is a capital project fund in which there will be placed $1,007,087, and that is the projected capital cost of the new football field project. I believe that is the extent of the budget amendments. I think you have a copy of the entire budget in your backup, but those are the only 2 or 3 really amendments to the budget.
Thank you, City Attorney and City Commissioners. Having had Resolution 2019-04 properly read into the minutes, what's your pleasure?
Mayor, I make a motion to accept Resolution 2019-04.
Second.
It has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett that we adopt Resolution 2019-04. Call for questions.
Okay, when we talk about debt service, we're basically in relationship with the Bank of Belgrade. Basically, what we're saying then is we're creating a budget line item to show the lender that we have something in our line item to cover the amount of the loan. Am I?
No. what we're doing is, now that we have the project coming online, we have to shift our money into a different account for that specific project. So we want to create a funds for that specific project so we can pull the money and pay the contractor as the project moves forward. So by our auditing policy, we have to do that. Instead of just leaving the money in one account on a surtax, we're going to separate it and create its own capital fund and debt service account. So when we do have those projects come online, that money was set in those accounts.
Okay.
That's all.
The debt service account does in fact set aside a portion of your surtax money so that it'll be in that fund to pay the Bank of Belgrade each month when those bills become due.
Well, I might not have said it according to financial terms.
I may not have said it properly.
Because I get froggy when it gets the numbers, but I do know debt service, because in previous projects, you have to show a line item where you can, with debt service. So thank you. That's basically what I was trying to say. but
Yes, sir.
I'm not a financial person at all, with that regard. Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin.
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Resolution 2019-04 passes by unanimous vote. Now we'll move into public hearings. We don't have any public hearings. Proclamations. We have a proclamation, ratification of a proclamation in honor of Tyler Williams. City Attorney, could you read that into the record?
Mr. Mayor, this is a proclamation in honor of Tyler Williams. Whereas Tyler Williams was born on December 4th, 2011 in Belgrade, Florida, to Robert Williams and Trelisa Kinsler. He had a total of 6 siblings and really loved his family. And whereas Tyler Williams' nickname was TY, and whereas Tyler Williams was a first-grade student at Pahokee Elementary School, he enjoyed attending school and being in the presence of his classmates. And whereas Tyler Williams was fascinated with policemen and those serving in the armed forces of the United States, he desired to either become a policeman or join the armed forces of the United States. And whereas Tyler Williams will always be remembered as being a very happy, loving, and energetic child. And whereas Tyler Williams' funeral services will be held on Saturday, December 22nd at 11 a.m. at Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church. Now therefore, the City Commission of the City of Pahokee, Florida, does hereby approve this proclamation and extend their sincerest sympathy to the family of Tyler Williams in their time of bereavement.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Commissioners, having had the proclamation read into the minutes, what's your pleasure? This is a ratification.
Accept the proclamation in honor of Tyler Williams.
Second.
Been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett for the acceptance of the ratification of proclamation in honor of Tyler Williams. Call for questions.
Yes, it's not a question specific to this, but the other 2 proclamations, can we just acknowledge them? And so that, I know it's fine time to say this, so that we can get to the presentation from Mr. Morrison and group. Just asking.
So move.
No, I was just asking.
Okay.
The question, yeah. That was my only question.
Any additional questions? Ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 additional proclamations. They're both ratification. One is welcoming Evangelist Dorothy Norwood, and the second one is a proclamation for the Reverend Clarence Emmanuel Best.
Would you like me to read them, sir?
Just the heading, if you would.
Okay, the first one is a proclamation welcoming to Evangelist Dorothy Norwood to the City of Pahokee. And the second one is a proclamation for Reverend Clarence Emmanuel Best.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, having had both of those proclamations acknowledged in our minutes, what's your pleasure?
Offer a motion that we accept these proclamations, ratifications of two proclamations, as was acknowledged by attorney.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly seconded by Vice Mayor Mervin that we approve these two ratification proclamation that has been acknowledged in our minutes. Call for questions. Hearing none. Are you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Now we'll move into we're going to move the presentation of Mr. Carl Morrison and his group up at this time. Sir, if you could come forward. City Manager, you need a quick background prior to his presentation, or we're good?
I was contacted by Mr. Morrison concerning our acres out on Rib Canal Road. That's about, I think, 33 acres that we have provided to us through the state of Florida. And his presentation that he's going to present this evening surrounds itself around development of housing here in the city of Pahokee. I reviewed the presentation.
Thank you.
And I'm not endorsing it at this moment, but it is a presentation that he wants to bring forth to the commission and get your input on future development of housing in the city of Pahokee, something that's very well needed in this community. And so we want to give him the opportunity with this group to present to us this evening. Mr. Morrison, it's your show.
Thank you.
Mr. Morrison, right before you began, because we want the citizens to see that, they said the live screen is reading offline.
We have been having internet issues for the past hour. I'm closely monitoring it. I cannot get up and go to whoever the provider is and knock on their door.
Okay.
For the first time, it is something that we can clearly see that there's an issue with the provider.
Go ahead.
Once again, good evening to everyone on the diocese and to the citizens of Pahokee. I'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity. We all can come to an agreement that we know the city of Pahokee is lacking in housing and affordable homes. So we're here to help with the solution with the city of Pahokee. And I'd like to introduce a couple of our team members. Our president, Ms. Carla Anderson, Reverend Smith, and also Mr. Berry. We thank you for this opportunity, and I'm sure after the night, we can move forward in this direction.
Good evening, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Attorney, Madam Clerk, of course, Vice Mayor, and our commissioners. We bring you good news. Again, as my name is Carla Andrews, I'm the president of Glaze Global Business Group. And the purpose of all of this is because of a discussion we had over some chicken wings about 4 years ago. And we wanted, and I'm saying it in that light because we know the importance of how we are connected to the city of Pahokee and the Glaze region. And so we made a decision to be part of the solution instead of part of the problem. So we want to know that we hear you. We hear about the progress that you want in the city of Pahokee. We hear you that you want to move forward and be a city of choice. We hear you that you're looking for the community to be a better place and bring back those who want to be back in the city of Pahokee. With that, we wanted to introduce a development plan, and it's for the, of course, moving forth a workforce housing initiative. And we come by really increasing the housing capacity of our residents, and I'm looking on this side here, and wanted to ensure that you understand a little bit about our team and how we came together. we have a plethora of experience, education, and of course, resources and associates. For example, one of our associate, I wanted to bring him forth, is Derek Berry. And of course, I know you mentioned, but he's one of our associates, and he has over 20-something years in real estate and mortgage. So we already made the plans and made sure that what we are coming together are people that we're bringing to the table, that we can collaborate so that we can exactly make sure that we provide the execution, not just vision, not just strategy, but the execution for Pahokee, because we are from this area. With that said, I wanted to pass it on to Dario. Thank you.
Following protocol, good evening, everyone.
Evening.
All right, it's definitely a pleasure to come before you and thank you all for allowing us this opportunity. Being a resident of the Glades area myself for over 29 years now, just seeing what's going on in our community and in the Glades area as a whole. I thank God for my team who's come together with me and Brother Morrison for this vision. What we are looking to do here in Pahokee with the Pleasant Lake Estate development, as you can see, our group is looking to bring a vision of excellence in housing, in this housing development, in this project. What their vision is for Pleasant Lake State Housing Development is to build single-family homes as well as townhomes. Single-family homes would be multiple designs of 3- and 4-bedroom single-family homes. Some with 2 baths and 2-car garage, and others with 3 baths, 2-car garage. Also, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath single-family homes. We're also looking to bring 4-unit townhomes to this property as well, to provide those that might not qualify for a single-family home or might not want a single-family home, but just desire a townhome living. So we are looking to bring definitely that kind of quality. My background is in the construction industry with over 25 years in the construction, maintenance, and property management fields. One of the things I like about what we're looking for to do, and then again being hometown folk, is to put each of these single-family homes on a 1/4 acre. We want to provide the best quality homes that you would get in some of the major cities and some of the gated communities that you have. We want to provide that kind of quality home, but we also want to give people, give them some space to move around on their own piece of property. That's where we decided to do the 1/4 acre lots. So we're not looking to necessarily gain from this. We're looking to give more than we're looking to gain. Which most of you know, with some gated communities, you have zero lot lines. So there's not a lot of property for those individuals, for children especially, to go out and just enjoy what their families have worked hard for. Some of the things that we're also looking definitely to incorporate in this project is a community that offers amenities that includes private organic gardens. Again, with the muck being a center of attraction, that they can go out and actually still enjoy it, because we will have to demuck, but then still yet we want to incorporate the muck back into that organic garden. We're also looking to build a small park for residents to enjoy, and also exercise paths that we want to promote healthy living and a healthy lifestyle in the Glades area. And we think that incorporating the exercise path and all of those as amenities would definitely give our citizens just that little motivation to get out and exercise and enjoy what we're hoping to bring. Primary location, we know it's owned by the city, and it's right here in the city of Pahokee, with 34 acre property, 33 acre property located at 1501 Rim Canal Road. The property, it is, as you can read, it is perfectly located, and we looking forward to offering added bonuses to those who are looking for that 21st century lifestyle, but also to come into conformity with this 21st century vision that the city of Pahokee has moving forward. These are just some examples of some of the models that we are looking. The models are just examples. The names, we want to keep the names because the names are definitely a part of the Glaze area and also Pahokee. This model here is Grassy Waters model, and yes, and so we're definitely want to keep that in there. With that model, we're looking at is a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage model, and the square footage on that would be around 2,120 square feet. That model would again start a base price around $275,000. The next one, the freshwater model, is also another 4-bedroom. This one is a 4-bedroom, 3-bath model, and this square footage on that is around 2,400 square feet. 2-car garage, and that one starts at around $320,000. We have the Basswater model, and again, all of these are 4-bedroom models, but like I stated earlier, we'll have also 3-bedroom models also to offer. And again, moving forward, when we bring the presentation back to the county, to the city, we'll definitely have the three bedrooms and also the model of townhomes. We have the Bass Lake as well as the Okeechobee Lake model, and again, another 4-bedroom. And as you can see, our models, even though there'll be houses that are built in other bigger cities, but the price tag you can see is where we're starting with base price is basically where they start with their higher end homes. So we're able to bring the quality, able to bring all of that with definitely a price tag that low, moderate, and middle income families can afford. And again, we didn't go into our townhomes much, but again, we want to give everybody that opportunity to own their own space. All right, this is our timeline. Our timeline actually starts from tonight's meeting and goes through to GMP. So we're looking to, again, we're coming to you and asking you all to partner with us as we are looking forward to partnering with you all to see this project come to being. So there are 2 stages. Stage one again is just the preliminary things that we go through all the way to bid submittals and bid requests and submittals. And then stage 2 would be actually which we are looking forward to is breaking ground and then moving on with construction. So again, I'm hoping that what you see tonight, that you all would help us to make this a reality. And again, like I said, we're a 5-member team. Only 4 of us are here tonight, but 4 of us from the Glades area, Pahokee and Belle Glade, and one she's just right around the corner in Lost Hatchie. So we're definitely glad to have this team, and definitely glad to again be all giving us this opportunity to present. So now I ask Derek to come and he would give us the nuts and bolts.
Let's try to do that. Hello. I always feel good when I'm home. What we want to talk about is some of the benefits and some of the information that I've gained over the past 18, 19 years. Taking a lot of people from the Glades area and moving them other places. And it's one of the things that I've actually learned from that, this direct experience of what happened and what caused some of the problems that we currently have. Of course, when you're from Pahokee, you never feel good about anything negative happening to Pahokee. Over the past several decades, Pahokee has been negatively impacted economically in many ways. Of course, we know when the mechanization of the farming industry happened, what it did, it hurt us in jobs, but it also took money out of circulation. You know, so that's one of the things that we got hit on. All of those dollars were removed from our economic base, and it kind of bottomed us out a little bit. The other thing that happened after that is our middle class households and those who will go off to college and get degreed, or those who will come here and get a decent job, they start leaving the area and moving into Wellington, Royal Palm, West Palm, Loxahatchee, Port St. Lucie. Somebody say, how do you know? I know because we know, we tell everybody from the Glades to raise your hand if you live in Royal Palm or Wellington in those areas. A tremendous amount of our middle class supports those systems over there. You know, they wouldn't be doing as well without our people. And the city of Wellington actually confirmed that with me in a meeting I had on the task force, and felt that if we could absorb our middle class, it'll actually help them, because it's one of the strains they have on trying to keep their homes at an affordable level. Those that are at that, not the upper end homes there. But anyway, when I surveyed these residents, a lot of times what we found out is the first place they looked was here. What they couldn't find was a home that was comparable to a home that they can get in Port St. Lucie or Royal Palm or Wellington or West Palm. So leaving the area wasn't about just, oh, I'm going to go because I can find a better house. It was because I had no option of a legitimate home here. You know, the average home, I did a little survey real quick, and I think the average home here was built probably in about 1968. It's the year I was born, and I turned 50 last year. So that's not a competitive model for any city. If you're especially in an area where we have land. If it's a landlocked area, that's different. We're not Boston. You know, we're in the biggest county east of the Mississippi River, land-wise. So that gives us an opportunity to compete. And what we have to do now is that we have to look at where we are and how do we get out of where we are. So I would say we're looking at that. We know that the rapid relocation of those households in that $60,000 to $100,000 range that left, they reduced the tax base for the city. You know, they decreased the potential for businesses to want to come here. You know, and they and businesses didn't want to expand. Those that were here didn't want to spend the money to expand, because we do have a low income household average. Our average household income is pretty low. The Pleasant Lakes Estates will target, the first thing we're going to do, we're going to target between 10 to 20% of the people who are in that low to moderate income to get them into housing. So the entire project, that's going to be our goal. The county normally has about a 10% number. We're going to try to double that, because we know there are some people out here that will qualify, and especially if we get them some grants. If they can do the SHIP program and the home program and some of the other programs, we can not only target our middle class, but we can bring some of the other people up as well, so that they can have a taste of home ownership, be it a single family home or a town home. You know, these are just some of the primary negative economic indicators that we've had that have really hurt us, you know, from just a purely economic base. But what we feel like is the Pleasant Lakes Estates will be a critical and foundational building block into the 21st century of Pahokee. And that's what we have to do. We have to have a 21st century vision. We have to be a competitive society to our surrounding cities. The Pleasant Lakes Estate development will position the city of Pahokee to compete with the surrounding cities that we talked about. Port St. Lucie, which we're losing people there, Royal Palm, Wellington, and those areas. And we have to compete. I'm like, I always tell people, where you come? I come from the most competitive place on earth. And that's how I feel about us. I mean, we beat teams we shouldn't beat a lot of times. We see them being bigger and stuff, but they just don't have it. So why aren't we competing on this level? Why aren't we transferring that competitive nature to our economic model? And that's kind of how I feel about it. So that's a little personal to me. But what we should be offering is that small town appeal, that small town, that rural appeal. We're not trying to match any of the other cities. We're trying to offer what Pahokee is. But a healthy, small town, rural, just a healthy lifestyle. You know, that's what we're looking at. You know, and the residents of Pleasant Lakes Estate will benefit from comparable living to other communities. But the one thing they don't have is an HOA. One of the primary reasons that housing in Palm Beach County is unaffordable, because over in the coast, they're building everything in gated communities. You look at a price, if you look at a price and a house is $250,000, if you add a $200 or $300 HOA, that's making these homes unaffordable to a lot of people. What we're talking about is building a competitive model to say, you're gonna be able to get just as much house, you're gonna be able to get more land, and you're gonna pay a smaller principal, interest, taxes, and insurance payments. So we're talking about bottom line. So the number may seem a little big up top, but when those folks go to R&B and they go to Westlake, they're paying, the base price is higher than our top prices. You know, so we know we're gonna have a competitive model and we're gonna bring them back. You know, this 3 to 5 year housing development project will also create direct employment. First of all, construction, automatically. You know, if you're building here, we want to hire local. So that's something that we're going to do and that we're going to emphasize. It's also going to create some permanent jobs. And then we're going to start having something that attracts businesses. You start seeing a middle class move, you start seeing housing move, then businesses want to come. If you don't see that first, businesses are not coming.
That's right.
I don't care how much we talk about it, you know. I've always said the primary resource in Pahokee is the people, not the lake.
That's it.
Until we invest into the people of this place, we can forget about that lake saving us. The lake has never saved us. You know, it never has, it never will. The people are the fortune of this place. And that's what we have to invest into. You know, so once we get all those things together, we begin to increase our tax base, we begin to better fund our schools, and there's no way that we can go wrong with that. You know, remember, Palm Beach County is over 160,000 units short of being able to provide housing. That's how, and that statistic come from 1.5 years ago. Pahokee is in a position to actually lead the way in housing in the western Palm Beach County, and we better do it before the boys with the big money come over here, because when they come, they're not building for us. You can see that now. You know, just cross that green bridge you're talking about. You know, we know that bridge.
Yes, sir.
You know, but our funding sources, we're basically looking to fund it privately. However, we are going to look for some government investments into it to assist us with it, and we're definitely going to look to do grants to help people who are in that lower AMI range, because they deserve an opportunity to purchase a home. You know, we know that. Families that meet that AMI average, they're going to qualify for a lot of these things. So we're going to talk to the county, and when they get these monies in, our goal is to hopefully get them to lock in a portion of that money for us to help us fund some of those families that need the help. The city of Pahokee will also be solicited as a partner. So what we really want to do with the city, we want the city to look at donating that property to us and allowing us to build it at affordable prices, not skyrocket prices, because we're not in it, like you said before. Our goal is not to make as much money and try to get as rich as we can get. Our goal is to put our people in those houses and create a different vision for Pahokee. An opportunity for people who are leaving to come back home, and an opportunity for those who are here to purchase. And I know a few families right now that make over $100,000 a year who want to stay here but can't find housing. So when people tell me, well, they don't have any money, I said, I talk to people all the time from Pahokee who make money. We work for a living. You know, it's one of the hardest working places on earth. So no, we're farming industry. People say, oh, y'all don't, we're farming industry. You can't farm anything and not work hard. That's impossible to do. You know, the development team consists of experienced organizations in the construction industry, mortgage and real estate. I own a mortgage and a real estate company. Most of you know that. Sales, marketing, and consulting field, and we possess a genuine care for our community. We love this place. So we're not here just to talk about making a dollar. We're here to talk about changing the trajectory of our hometown. And leaving that legacy means more than any amount of money could ever mean to us. And as you know, we just don't grow up worshiping money here. That's not something that we do in Pahokee. You know, but we aim to create a top quality development that is consistent with the Pahokee rural lifestyle, and emphasis on the rural lifestyle. We're not trying to duplicate anybody else's life. We're talking about a Pahokee lifestyle. You know, and we'll compete with neighboring cities by offering an alternative to the city life. My wife begs me all the time, I want to move to Pahokee because she's from the rural area too, and she don't like the city, but we don't have anywhere to move. You know, and that's the problem. So it's not about, I don't care about all the amenities. The amenities will come. We need somewhere to live that we feel comfortable with, you know, in home ownership. The Pleasant Lakes Estate will also allow the city of Pahokee to take the strategic lead in developing western Palm Beach County and assisting in resolving the current workforce home affordability crisis. Like I told you, we're over 160,000 units short. The Pleasant Lakes development will be the beginning of the 21st century vision for housing in western Palm Beach County, with Pahokee, Florida leading the way. It means that we would take the first step toward targeting that group that's been leaving Pahokee, Belle Bay, and South Bay at a very rapid pace. So why shouldn't we be the ones to take that first step and have a vision beyond the other cities and the vision that they currently have, which I feel like they miss the boat a lot of times on the way they perceive homes in Pahokee. And so do some of the other people. Everybody I talk to on some of these task force, they're always talking about giving us alternative housing. What they're talking about is the container houses and all the other houses, but they never visualize us being able to have homes that we can be proud of, something other than a house that's not a traditional house. Doesn't mean there won't be a point where we will look at that, but at this point, there's enough of us that deserve to have a decent, respectable home, you know, and not a home that was built in 1921 that we have to hope we can rehab and hope that it'll actually survive the rehab. You know, so today we're here and we want to help Pahokee move forward. We want to be a part of the solution to the problem and not discussing it. But we also want to have a vision beyond the vision that we've had, and that's to make Pahokee a destination for people who love a rural lifestyle. So not only will we attract our people back, not only will we keep those that are here, at some point other people are going to look at that and say, I'm getting more for my money, and I love the rural lifestyle. Not everybody loves the city life, you know, and Pahokee is in a position to take advantage of that and lead the way in Western Palm Beach County. We're hoping that the city will move forward with us. Thank you.
To the diocese, and once again to the citizens of Pahokee, this is a real dream that can be reality. We have everything in place. We have everything in place. The question is to the diocese, if not now, when? If not you, who? Tonight, we're looking for a commitment from you all to help us to help this city move forward in housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions from the commission? Let's start with Vice Mayor Mervin.
Mr. Mars and group, I enjoyed the presentation, and it is something that what Pahokee is looking for, and we're in desperate need of it. We're in desperate need of it. I cannot sit here and say, no, we don't want this. You know, I'm gonna say I'm 100% for it. I don't know about my other colleagues, but I'm 100% for this project taking fruition, because this is what we need. I was one used to live over in the city. I don't like the city light. I don't like the stoplights and all of that. I didn't care for it. Then I moved back to Indian Town, and then when my parents passed, I moved back home. This is where I was born and raised, here in Pahokee. So I am for it. I enjoy it. Maybe I have a nice home, but I might, this 4-bedroom, 3-bath, I might have put mine up for one of for one of these here.
And let me add this also. I heard a comment that's full, we've been bamboozled all the time, okay? With this situation here, we're asking for 36 months. If you don't see anything going on in 36 months, get the property back. We don't have a problem with that. But within that 36-month time frame, we need the city, the county, and the state to do what they have to do. And then our 36 months begin from there.
So actually, it'll be a little more than the 36 months, because you're gonna take on after the state did and the city
After
do what they.
everything is lined up, then the 36 months begin from that point. But like I said, if you don't see any activity done within that time frame, get it back.
So, Mr. City Attorney, what do you say on this?
Well, I think it's an impressive,
Your opinion. And then you go.
No, I'm just asking about legally.
It's appropriate for this time.
I think it's a very impressive presentation and project. I think that the city has some hurdles that we have to go through before we can start that 36-month period. And the first thing we have to do is contact the state of Florida. That property was dedicated to the city for municipal purposes a long time ago, when you were operating a water and sewer facility there. So it has some aspects of it that are going to require the approval of the trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund, which is the governor and cabinet, similar to the approval we need for the marina leases. So the first thing we would do if you wanted to proceed forward with this project is to contact the state and see what their requirements are in order to gain their approval for the project to go forward. Then we would have to go through those steps and make sure we had their blessing in advance, and then we'd be able to move forward with Mr. Morrison and his group.
So, with that being said, then we can put forth, not now, I know they have something to say on it. When it comes to that time, a motion to, direct the city attorney to contact the state. Whatever the steps that we have to take if we go along with this,
Yeah, I think it would be a motion to direct staff, including myself, to take necessary actions to determine what exactly it is we have to do with the state to move this project forward and to do so as expeditiously as possible.
Question. Are we talking about the property at Ridge Road?
Rim Canal Road.
Rim Canal Road.
Okay.
That's where the county still has, I think, a water pumping station there, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Mervin, are you done with your brief question, Commissioner Avery?
I think it's a wonderful project. I think that I strongly suggest that our city moves forward in support of this project. And I mean, when I say move forward, don't mean next year, but move forward expeditiously. Not to be politically expedient. I've made it perfectly clear. I'm just a one-term commissioner, that's fine. But I think it's something that we definitely need in our community. I don't think we need to think about it. And, you know, Mr. Baird did so well. You know, Dr. Reese, we can get him a license to preach, you know. He was very persuasive in his presentation, and I think Deacon Morrison want to step up and be a preacher too, because he started giving us a quote, if not win, you know, now win, you know. But honestly, I think it's something that we need, and I think Pahokee does provide a charm in our, that no other area provides. And so I think it's a great project, and I'm fully behind moving forward with it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Walker? your comments?
I echo what everybody says.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Hill?
I'm most definitely, I'm for it. Our question is, it was so impressive. I really would wish that we can all just continue to sit down and elaborate on it some more. Even though if we're gonna move forward with it, I would rather us take our time and make sure we go about it the right way, not move so fast, not within reference to them, but the other issues that we may have. So let's make sure we get everything in line and line it up the right way and move forward with the plan. That's what I would want to see, so we can make sure it works. So that way we won't have any hurdles or anything that coming out, get in the way. Let's just make sure we all sit down real calm to the table and get it moving. But I would rather we go, for example, we have the issues with the county, and, you know, let's just calm down and just see exactly how is it we can get it to work and follow through with it and it being successful. That's my biggest concern. I really don't want to, because I've been here long and I know that there are some things that we all, not saying it doesn't sound good, but we've heard a lot of things before, and then we'll look around and the state has some issues, the county has some issues, it's a lot of things coming up, and you look up, there's nothing being done. So I'd rather us just kind of sit down and take our time and do it the right way.
Yeah, it's certainly nothing wrong with doing due diligently.
Right.
I think this is being asked initially in concept to get our approval that this is something that we are in agreement with and can move forward to. And the city attorney and the city manager can, continue to work and negotiate an agreement that we all can live with. But housing is our number one priority.
Exactly.
It has been for years, and it's an opportunity to move this dream, as we say, forward. And when you look at when Pahokee was thriving, it was local residents. It was local people that owned the business. We didn't have no big Walmart or any big development come in. Hard-working local folks who had pride in their community, invested in their community. So we have individuals looking to invest in our community to help with the housing situation. And you look at it, we're in turn giving them land, but there should be and there will be some protection in there.
Exactly.
As Mr. Morrison indicated, if no movement is going on in those 36 months, we should have something in that contract where that land will be reverted back to the city ownership. And some may question even giving or having to give land, but most cities does it. Not only that, they put money on the table to help develop their communities. So in lieu of money, we're giving land that's gonna help our residents to own their own home, to improve the property tax value in our community, to circulate more dollars, and to bring people who have left our community. Their number one concern is not having adequate housing. They can go to Wellington and Royal Palm and get a job, but not only that, with the housing gonna come employment, but housing is the first thing. So I think it is a win-win situation. As mayor of the city, I'm certainly 100% in favor of us moving forward, and hopefully we can get this done.
Thank you.
It's so sad, I
Put
just-
the motion in that we
Mayor.
accept,
Mayor, Commissioner.
Yes,
As the city attorney mentioned, what we're looking for tonight is an approval to go to the state and present what this group is presenting. Once that occurs, there'll be a series of litmus tests that are conducted on this group for their viability and sustainability for a project of this magnitude. And then we'll know where the winds are blowing, whether they're going to approve for us to move forward with providing them the land. But that's our first step, is to allow me and the city attorney to go to the state and present this presentation first. And then they'll give us the litmus test that they're going to take this group through before they render a decision, before we can then come back to the group and provide an approval for the land to them. Am I correct, city attorney?
We definitely have to go to the
Okay.
state and see what they think about the
yeah,
project.
and I think.
So we need a motion for that.
Yeah, a plus for it is, we'll be unanimous in our decision as far as moving forward, which
Right.
would help a lot.
Correct.
That's why I was just reiterating about just making sure we take our time and.
So can I be clear? Because from what the attorney stated, we weren't, I just want to be clear with what the steps that we need to take, because we know we not expecting demucking to take place tomorrow. But you're saying that the very first initial step is because it was dedicated as municipal land. We got to take the same steps that are being taken currently with the marina to see if we would get the blessing from the governor and his cabinet to utilize land that was dedicated toward municipal purposes to be now turned over to residential purpose. That's the first initial step.
Exactly.
Then after that step, then we would present the plan and the plan of Mr. Morrison and his group.
And
to
make
move forward
commitments
with
to
the
each
city.
other.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right.
So move.
Yeah.
so again, I make a motion that we will, direct the city staff along with the attorney to go to the state, with regards to, Pleasant Lake Estates, housing.
That's good.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved by Vice Mayor Mervin and properly seconded by Commissioner Everett that we move forward this project. We'll direct city staff along with the city attorney to move forward to contact the state and start the initial process of this process. Call for questions. Hearing none, are you ready for vote?
Vote.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Absolutely, yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff. Thank this group, and
Thank you.
God bless you and Godspeed.
Yes.
Now we'll move into the presentation of Lawn of the Month for December 2018. We'll have our city manager give us a brief presentation on the Lawn of the Month.
Mayor Commission, the Lawn of the Month is awarded to a homeowner who has taken due diligence to take care of their property as far as the grass and the lawn is concerned, externally on the property. This is an award that we give monthly to a homeowner who has done an outstanding job of maintaining their home. This month's awardee is Valentin Flores.
Hold on, City Man. I hope Dr. Reese is not trying to flirt him over to Belgrade. I hope you're working in a state legislative capacity.
Oh, he's stiff. There's something wrong. He just got stiff. He can't move. He can't move.
I'm just
He
injecting some humor.
Yes.
Let him finish his presentation with the.
This month's homeowner is Valentin Flores. He has a residence at 327 Kismic Avenue. He actually just installed a pool recently behind his home as well, so he possibly will be in the running for the Mayor's Gold Hammer and Nail Award when it comes back around. But for this month, he and his family have won the Lawn of the Month award for the best lawn in the city of Pahokee. We try to do that to instill a sort of spirit of the city of Pahokee and making our city beautiful and vibrant. It already is beautiful and vibrant, but this award that we give every month challenges other homeowners to do their due diligence to make every home in the city community, in this community, a place that we all are proud of, and we are proud of it today. But this extra award gives that incentive to homeowners to do their best with their lawns, and so we've been doing this for a year now, Mayor, and longer than that, I believe, and it works very well in the city of Pahokee, along with the Mayor Babb's Gold Hammer and Nail Award. But it just gives that extra incentive for homeowners, and we really enjoy doing it every month. He's not here tonight. His family is not here tonight. Possibly he may come back at the next commission meeting. We'll present this again for the next one for the home of the month. But that's the home. Yes, that's 327 Kismic Avenue there, right off Larimore Road in front of the high school. Very gorgeous lawn and home. He's worked very hard to maintain it, and he certainly deserves this award this evening. So we'll give him this award. We might have him come back at the next commission meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you, and congratulations to the winner. Pastor Reese, you had a few words you needed to say real quick.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I just want to let you know, I was just excited over there when I heard about this project. At our lower meeting today, the very thing that we talked about was workforce housing and how we had such a great needs in our community for workforce housing. And we talk about affordable housing a great deal, but what about the middle class? And I'm excited about this project. And what I want to say to you is that I would like to be kept in the loop on this so that I can keep Representative Polsky informed as to what you need. And of course, you go into the state, I want to make sure that she's fully familiar with this project so that she can speak on our behalf. But again, I'm excited about this coming to Pahokee, and I'm not trying to steal it for Belgrade. Because again, those of you who know me, I try to work for every city in the Glades. I'm always because I do know that coming to Pahokee, Belgrade is going to benefit from it as well. Because again, when we start bringing businesses in, when they bring their employees here, or our people began to move up in the economic scales, we want them to stay here in the Glades. And in order to do that, we must provide them with decent workforce housing, because that's one of the biggest issues we have in Palm Beach County. But we want them to stay here in the Glades, and I'm excited about it, and I'm not trying to steal it from you.
Thank you, Pastor Reese. Appreciate that.
Just injecting a little humor.
Okay, now we're moving to the mayor's report. The first thing on my report I want to do is recognize the two young youth who helped save another young youth's life. We've been trying for several commission meetings to get them here. They seem to be kind of like celebrities now, hard to pin them down, but their grandmother is here, and I want her to come up, and we want to present the certificates we have and the Mayor Hero Award medals to her, so she can give it to her two grandchildren, one Brandon Greenfield, and the second Jonathan Moore. We kind of went in details of what they did and what occurred on that night. They helped save a little boy's life, and we'll give her an opportunity to say a few words to share what happened and what occurred there. So if the commission, we did this once, but we're gonna give it to the grandmother, Rosalind Martin.
Oh, that's right. I thought she.
I don't like to talk, so I'm not going into details. But anyway.
Let us do the board.
Oh, you want to do the board first?
Take your picture, then we'll have you say a few words. We're gonna get everybody down. She waited long enough. I thought she was leaving, and gracefully she decided to come back. We was fortunate we got two sets of certificates for them. Huh? Just present this to them so they'll know they're celebrities and Ms. Rosalind Martin, on behalf of the Pahokee City Commission, myself as the mayor, Vice Mayor Clara Mervin, Commissioner Diane Walker, Commissioner Benny Everett III, Commissioner Felicia Hill, along with our city manager Chandler Widgerson, and really our entire city staff, we'd like to present you with these certificates and awards for your grandson for their immediate quick action in assisting and saving a young boy's life. As I indicated before, this happened a few weeks ago, maybe a month or two now, but we appreciate their efforts, and we appreciate your efforts in calling 911 after they had advised you of the situation and brought the little boy to your house. So we're very proud of them. In addition to the certificates, we have two Mayor Hero medals to put around their neck. So we're proud of them and let them know that we appreciate their efforts. And we're gonna take this time to let each of the commission just kind of present what they have to give to you for them, and we'll move forward.
All right, Ms. Moore. The first one is the City of Pahokee Mayor's Hero Award, presented to Jonathan Moore for extraordinary action that saved their life. It is people like you who make a difference in the life of others. November the 13th, 2018, Mayor Keith Babb Jr.
Same award is awarded to Brandon Greenfield.
Jonathan Moore, thank you very much.
Okay,
Okay, Jonathan Moore and Brandon Greenfield as well for a certificate of heroism. I'm sorry. The City of Pahokee proudly presents this certificate to Brandon Greenfield and Jonathan Moore in recognition of your act of heroism on October 13th, 2018. Thank you.
Ms. Martin, here's the two medals, and we'll have each of the commission just hand you their certificates. And we'll take a photo op and just have you say a word or two. Oh, you want to wait on the second? Okay. Yeah. This, here, understand, we have a long, he come with it. Say a few words that you would like. All right, we're not gonna force it. Thank you so much.
Sorry they couldn't be here.
All right, good. All right.
This has been a long night for them. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. Very welcome. Here's a picture. You're welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna make this really brief. Just want to wish everybody a happy new year. I think 2019 is really gonna be a pivotal year for the city of Pahokee. I think we accomplished a whole lot in 2018, but that's just the top of the iceberg. So we're gonna work real hard. And our number one priority in Pahokee this year is to develop and have an atmosphere for increasing our housing stock in Pahokee, along with business creation and jobs. I also want to just thank the city staff for the great program we had just last couple of weeks with the rededication of the Commissioner Park. We put a total of $550,000 into that park. We have new playground equipment. We have a new basketball court. We have a new tennis court. Hopefully, I think the water spray that's have been completed or being worked on.
It's fixed.
So it's fixed now. New provisions, and we just have a great park out there for our kids. That's an investment in our children, and we're going to continue doing things similar for that. In addition, we did a dedication of a sign for Ricky Jackson. Had a lot of former NFL players come out, a lot of Hall of Famers. Just a great day for the city of Pahokee overall. So I just ask that we continue to work together. We can't do it alone. We're gonna need the community support. I know it's an election year. There's a lot of negativity sometimes come with that. But just like any championship football team have cheerleaders and fans, this commission needs your support too. I'm not saying not to criticize us when we do need some criticism and some efforts and some push, but recognize some of the good things that we have heard too, especially the $15 million of funding we have had over the last 2 years. The gym has been a question. The county initially have given us $1.2 million. We have another $800,000 to complete at least the top portion of that gym. So that's already in the work, and that gym will be open for our children prior to the summer time they're coming around. In addition to that, one of our priorities in the state legislature would be to get some additional funds for the downstairs portion, classroom, weight rooms, and other amenities that are gonna go along with it. Again, that's an investment in our children's future. In addition to that, we're gonna be renovating Martin Luther King Park. So we're doing these things, and it's a major expenditure, but it's for our children. They need to have a safe place to play and gather that will keep them out of the criminal justice system and have them be a positive influence on our community. So we are working hard. We're going to continue to work hard. I think we got a lot of puzzles and pieces in place to move forward. I myself is impressed with the housing presentation that was presented to us today. We got to have that private-public partnership to move forward. So we're wishing that well. We think that's going to work out, and we're excited about that venue. So without any delay, I'm going to just end this. This has been a long meeting, and we'll move next into our city manager report. One other thing, I got to ask a few questions. On the Mayor Tillis sign, where we were at, city manager, and it has been a year. I made the error saying it hadn't been nearly a year, but it has, and that's need to be done. We voted on it unanimously, and I just need some information of when that can expect to be here, and we can have that sign up.
I project it'll be here in February. As you know, we went and we consolidated some projects, and we wanted to move to approval because it was a large project of several other signs, and then I pulled that sign back out of the projects, and so they made that a separate project to get that sign done. So I'm projecting the second week of February it should be here on arrival here in the city of Pahokee for East Main Street. So I made some changes to it myself to make it just a little better. So it's, Ricky Jackson's sign was nice, so we had to go back to the drawing boards and add something a little bit more flashier to the sign. So I'm projecting hopefully by mid-February that sign will be ready to be delivered here.
Okay, I just let you know, as mayor, I have apologized to folks on the Facebook.
Tell them to call me.
Yeah, but I'm mayor too, so I know you get some heat, but as mayor, I get just as much. So after a year, it's due. So I just want to make sure that we are focused and can get that done, not only for Mayor Tillis, but for those who have been fans of his and for a long time, a real hero in our city. So I want to make sure that's done.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
My turn?
just,
okay.
just for question regarding the sign, there's no possible way that it could be expedited. It has to be, it has to be coupled with that.
No, it was pulled out of that group. That's what I'm saying. That's what extended it, because they were doing the other signs first. So, no. It's already pulled out of that group in that project. And I'll bring that project back separately, but this one sign here will get done before all the others. And it is getting done. So.
And the only reason why I'm saying this, our ears are to the ground. We see things, hear things. And, perceptions, regardless of our intent, do shape and form people's reality. And I just want to make sure as a commission and city manager, along with city staff, that we are being, we're operating from a level of fairness.
And lastly, hopefully you have in your report too the status of the Marina agreement, when that possibly will be back on the table for the governor and the cabinet to consider.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
City manager.
Thank you. This is just a reverberation of what the weekly report was. I sent it out. Commissioner Walker, I'll give it actually to you. I know you don't have access right now to internet, so I'll make sure you just goes home with you.
Thank you.
Field turf is about ready to start on the football field. We were waiting on a timeline, a schedule to be presented to us before we give their first deposit so they can start construction. I just checked my email box and it came in tonight while we were in this meeting. So we'll be moving forward with that. And we have MLK Parade and Extravaganza coming up in another 2 weeks. We had a really great time last year with MLK Parade. It was the first of that kind that we've done in a very long time here, and so we're trying to do something a little extra this year to ensure that we continue to build on that recognition of Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And his all of his hard work for social and civil rights justice here in America. So we're planning a really great event. There's some things that we still have to work out as far as who will be the speaker and the main entertainment. We had some high-level interest in entertainment, and then we had to look at the budget. But so we'll have that announcement hopefully by the end of this week, who will be the main entertainer for the extravaganza. We're taking in all applications for the parade. We've extended that deadline, so don't be afraid to come in and pick up your application for the parade. Don't worry about the deadline. Just come in and pick up your application. We also are accepting the applications for vendors to be at the extravaganza as well. So there is a deadline, but we've extended that deadline because we want to ensure we have given everyone an opportunity to be a part of this great event here in the city of Pahokee. As it pertains to the marina, the deck is probably another 2 weeks, I think, away from being completed. They were out there starting this week. They took their holiday vacation, of course, and that was a couple of weeks that they were down. They're back out there now on the job. So we're expecting that to wrap up here in a couple more weeks. I've had an opportunity to purchase some additional equipment for the restaurant through an auction. And those are things that we had needed to replace that we had to get rid of ourselves. We own it. And so that will be delivered fairly shortly in the next couple of days. So just not a lot of equipment, but some of the things that we got rid of had an opportunity to go out and get purchases for. In addition to that, all the other remaining projects at the marina are concluded. There's still some work going on in the new walk-in cooler in the kitchen. There's some additional things that need to be wrapped up there. And we're preparing for phase 2 money, which we got to rapidly hurry up and get into our coffers so we can start the phase 2 upgrades at the marina as well. But that doesn't stop the conversation of now. Me and the city attorney are ready to address this issue with the new cabinet for the 3 leases. And so I think he will bring that up in his report, but we are in the position now. I think this cabinet is meeting to solidify their first agenda coming up, and we need to get some direction here from this commission on those 3 leases and in our preparation of getting that on the next agenda for the cabinet. There is some conferences coming up. I expressed that in my report. Please consult with the clerk for those conferences if you plan to attend them coming up. As you know, these conferences fill up fairly quickly, and we need to secure your place for travel, hotel, etc. And there's the National League of Cities Conference. That's our congressional conference in Washington, D.C. And, of course, our Palm Beach County Days that are coming up the first week of March, which is the first week of session in Tallahassee. So please consult with the clerk about your travel if you plan to travel for those dates. We spoke about the demolition funds, and that's about it for my report, Mayor, for this evening.
Okay, any question, quick question for the city manager?
Just one, Mr. City Manager, I know that, or maybe this might be for the attorney, I'm not sure. But just if you could give us an update, I know you guys went to hearing on the child that was left in the bus and the funding. If we could give us an update so that the community and the residents know exactly what happened in the hearing that you had, the directions.
As you know, the after-school program had an incident about 4 months ago, and Early Lord Coalition, which is also funded by Children's Service Council, made a decision to reduce that funding for that particular program. That didn't mean we lost the kids. Those kids were shuffled to other programs. So they're still here with the city of Pahokee. But that funding for that particular program, title ELC, After School Learning, doesn't exist right now. From the hearing, we presented a series of policy changes that we made, some post-prevention methods that we put in place. They seemed very pleased with those changes. However, they still decided to suspend that funding and for the remainder of this year, program year, until I think July. We can reapply for the funds to restart the program under their name again for that funding. So all is not lost for us. It's just will continue with suspending the funds as they did from November until July, and then we will have to reapply for the funds. I think there's a really great chance that it'll get funded beyond July 28, 2019. We've done some really aggressive changes to a lot of the day-to-day operations of how the program, all after-school programs will operate. Mr. Pinckney's done a very good job in ensuring that we did some changes over there and some reorganization of staff and just how we close out our day in the after-school programs and those policies. We've even went further than that and made some HR changes with all the job descriptions and what they could expect would happen if they're hired to work in Parks and Recreation after-school programs and the current staff that is working in the program. Beyond that, we will continue to be very vigilant in our training of our staff moving forward. There's some additional training that they were able to achieve by the end of November 2018. I provided that information to the commission previously, but we want to remain vigilant on making staff aware of what their protocols are, not just at the end of the day, but throughout the entire day as far as safety procedures are concerned. So it was a good hearing, but it was still, we weren't provided the opportunity to retain those funds, but they left the door open to come back in July and reapply. And we feel very strongly, based on what we've done, that we will have the opportunity to have the ELC portion of our after-school, title ELC after-school program again starting in July.
City Manager, I know you have said in the past it didn't affect staffing as far as employment.
Correct.
But that's a $60,000 loss in services. How we're absorbing that, and are any of the staff now going, say, from full-time to part-time? How are you making up $60,000?
No hours are changing. Now, when we did move some of the staff to, first of all, we are entitled to be an after-school program facility. We don't need ELC's title, but that $60,000 is very helpful to the salaries and some of the operational costs. And the operational cost goes into many areas: equipment, the lighting, utilities, the curriculums that we order, those types of things. And so we got to supplement those types of things with some of our cushion of our budget that we keep, for each department for these types of unforeseen activities. And so we've been able to do that and readjust the department's budget. So one, it doesn't lay off any full-time workers. It doesn't reduce any part-time hours. We just have to tighten our belts a little bit more in the department, and some of the things that we typically would purchase for equipment for some of our sports programs, we'll go to a different funding source between now and summer to attain those funds. So we were very lucky that we've been very diligent with our funds, that we can absorb it by not releasing any of the staff or reducing hours.
Okay, I know you're aware that as city manager, the buck stops with you.
Okay.
This was a negative situation for our community, and everybody got to be held to a certain amount of accountability. I'm just wondering your role as far as what you're going to be doing over the next 6 months to ensure that some of the things and policy that you have put in place now is carried out, and make sure,
Right.
whether it's monthly meeting with that department to review and to oversee. I'm not asking you to micromanage someone, but if something like this happen again, I mean, we're gonna look at you as being the responsible overall person for that department. We're not asking you to run it, but because of these situations that have occurred and not all on your watch, this is the third occurrence. I'll be surprised and I'm hopeful that we can get the funding back next year. But I think we're probably gonna be out a year. They may do it the following year, but hopefully with what we put in place, it will be enough to satisfy that board. It was a unanimous decision to uphold the decision to withdraw the funding. So I'm just asking, just for the record, what would be your role to ensuring that these things are not gonna happen again? There's no
Well,
full proof of what are you gonna do.
None. And I said that to the board. They asked me one specific question, Mr. Williamson, out of all the policy changes that you made and all the post prevention methods you put in place, what promise you have if you leave and not the city manager, it won't happen again? None. Because that was an individual lapse by one staff. It does not show light on the entire department. In fact, since 2015, since my arrival, we've had no findings, and they pointed that out. But at this time, we did have a lapse with one staff, but it doesn't show light on the entire department. There's no misfunction of operations at that department. You had one staff that didn't do their job. Now, all of the policies that we put in place, what I took in courtesy to do, one, some of our HR matters. She has to give me a report on a monthly basis because there's something I want to see every month from her when it comes to understanding folks' driving records. Secondly, the director, his responsibility is to ensure to continue to repeat and enforce the practices and protocols for his staff. And I want to see that in a monthly report, that he's actually meeting with the staff and they are adhering to it. Beyond that, training, and repetition is what makes you perfect your responsibilities in performance expectations. And so those are the things that I put in place that I want to see from the director, from the HR manager. We made some changes in, like I said, the definitions of what the responsibilities are for anybody who drives a vehicle in the city of Pahokee, specifically if it transports kids, what their qualifications should be, what their certification should be, and how we're going to watch it very closely that they maintain those, one, and two, that we continue to train them in this area of concern based on what the Department of Health is considered an issue, based on what ELC, Early Learning Coalition of Palm Beach County, considered is what we should be doing. And so to the level of Children's Service Council, who funds Early Learning Coalition. So my job is to ensure that the policies that we put in place, one, will be in practice. Two, I want to see them physically be in practice, meaning reporting what the findings are, not findings, but what our results are as far as the human resource practicing and reviewing driving records every 30 days. That's a new policy. As far as what are the additional trainings that we're going to be doing quarterly, every 6 months, and yearly, there are some certifications that we have to do throughout the year and maintain them. Those things will be closely monitored now. And I will, be receiving those reports quarterly and to ensure that they're being maintained appropriately. Now, can you predict a staff losing sight of what their personal individual responsibilities are? You can't control that. What you can do is put the right environment in place where they understand their responsibilities, they're held accountable, and they're being monitored appropriately. And also, additional process that we put in place is we have two sign-offs at the end of the day when we close out our protocols for transportation vehicles in the city of Pahokee. So it's now being double-checked and signed off on, not by just one person, but two individuals. And so they have to physically go to those vehicles and ensure that the practices that should be occurring are occurring. And then there's a log that they sign off on every single day, and I'll check that log as well. So there are the things in place that, one, are being strengthened to ensure that it's being done, and then we've added some additional policies to ensure that we can have a clear oversight for our staff altogether. But yes, the buck stops here, and we made those changes, and so far the staff in the department have adjusted, They understand how critical this is moving forward. And it's like I said before, I take this particular incident personally. I was one of the individuals that served in the Florida Senate that increased the penalty for leaving kids unattended in cars, so I know the legislation very well, and I know what the outcomes could be. We were very lucky that night. It was a night like this. It was not a summer night. It was a cool night. The temperature had dropped. We were very lucky. That child could have passed away or could have been permanently maimed from that type of oversight. So I'm very vigilant in what we need to do for this department moving forward. And I'm confident that the funds will come back in July. But right now, there are some things that we have to do to show to the Early Learning Coalition and Children's Service Council that we are being vigilant in our responsibilities of our after-school program.
Thank you. Quickly, any other commission have any quick questions for the city manager? It's been a long night, but I want to give you the opportunity to make sure that nothing is unanswered that you is pressing with you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, city manager. City attorney report.
Mr. Mayor, we need to establish an audit committee. The city's going to be hiring new auditors, or at least entering into new contracts for audits. And the law requires you to have an audit committee to help you in that process.
Okay.
And, you know, also do anything else that the commission may want the audit committee to look at. So I would suggest that you establish an audit committee, probably with your city manager, finance director, and maybe one of your commissioners, if there's a commissioner who wants to serve in that capacity, or a member of the community that is good, an accountant, or someone you have faith in with regard to finances.
Okay. And
So we need to appoint somebody to the committee.
Question. What's the minimum number suggested, and what is the maximum number of persons suggested?
Well, I could bring back to you at your next meeting the actual statute and the layout of the committee, if you'd like to see that before you appoint them.
I would.
yeah, I would even like to see at least 2 citizens, you know, with some strong financial background, but to kind of balance out staff and just the community, if we can do that.
And could we develop a profile? And when I say that, just a little profile sheet where interested persons can, you know, submit their name and some expertise. I'm not trying to make it too technical or add additional layers of to it, but I do want, you know, it to be beneficial and productive for our city, and not just have somebody who, you know, teach math. You know, that don't mean you be the expert on the committee either.
I think
But a
that,
profile.
you know, that might be a task for your human resources director as opposed to your attorney.
No, not saying you per
Oh,
se,
okay.
but just
Great.
throwing it out there to have a profile.
Commission, this committee is just, you know, established to select when we go out for bid for a new auditing firm.
Right.
They help us filter through the presentations who we're going to select. It's not a financial committee going through the numbers. It just helps us select an audit firm. We have one now.
Okay.
But to stay within the state law, before we select a new one, we have to officially establish an audit committee that was selected along with the city manager and director of finance.
So whatever process we have, we don't need it to be too long and
No,
drawn out.
no,
that we can-
because
but
we're
I
kind
like-
of behind the 8 ball now,
Right.
because we got to move forward with somebody who wants to be an auditor, be it the current one that we've had for a very long time or a new entity. So we need to rapidly get somebody aboard so we can
Maybe
just make a
between
selection.
now and our
Enforce
next
it.
meeting, the
Enforce that.
clerk can,
Enforce that.
we can post something on our Facebook page or our website to ask for interested parties who want to be a part of the audit committee. At least we'll have like an application. We can select maybe 2 individuals from that. That may help speed it up. If not, Commissioner, we just need to think about a name or 2 for our next meeting, so this won't be drawn out and we can get it done.
Oh, okay.
And speaking of artists and financial and all of that, City Manager, when are we expected to have that first monthly report that we're required?
Monthly reports have been put on the on our city website since November.
Have we physically received one, the commission?
I can print it out for you if it's the
Yeah,
same
we
one that
need-
you can look at on the
Yeah,
internet for yourself.
that's what we need every
Yeah.
month. We need a printed out
Okay,
report.
I'll go on the website, print it out for you, and put it in your packet.
Yeah, everybody don't have access to printers.
No problem.
But even if we do, that's part of the requirement
Yeah,
we're looking
sure.
for.
No problem.
Okay.
We can do that. Yeah,
City
we'll
Attorney,
print it out.
sir.
Yes, sir. I think you all got a copy of the judge's order on the Perez election case. That's a 10-page order. It affirmed everything that the city had done and the supervisor had done and affirmed the election. So I'm glad that's over with. The second Perez case regarding 246, the lease on that property, that case is ongoing. I've sent them what's called a request for admissions, asking them to admit certain things. They haven't answered it, which means those admissions are automatically admitted unless they get permission from the court otherwise. And I've asked them to produce their tax returns for the last 10 years. So that should be pretty interesting to see whether or not Mr. Perez produces his tax returns for that company for the last 10 years. With regard to the Techno Marine case, I asked the court to enter a default judgment. The court said it was not really ready to enter that default judgment at that point in time. So the court entered what's called a order to show cause, giving them another 30 days to show cause why she should not enter a default judgment. So next week, I'm hopeful that I'll be getting a default judgment in that case against Techno Marine. Then, of course, it's going to be a matter of whether we can collect it or not. And then the next item, the city manager touched on already, and that's in regard to the marina lease. And my question to the commission is, do you want us to press forward with that lease arrangement with Everglades Holding to the governor and cabinet to get their approval? As you recall, it was put on hold while the repairs were made to the pump out system and the sewage system at the marina. I believe those have been completed and have been inspected and approved. So now we can move forward. And we're just waiting for your direction on that.
Commissioners, that's your desired need, a motion and a second, so we can vote on that.
Yes, sir. With regards to the lease, I was somewhat disappointed that we could not have our workshop with regards to the lease. I will say that. There were two concerns that I had, and I really wanted to address it in the workshop prior to proceeding with the lease being put back on the governor's agenda, cabinet agenda. One being, just like there were, I guess, rumored or concerns from the city's end, there was a concern brought on my end, and I think I wanted to really ask directly to Mr. Lamb. I didn't have a chance to speak with him today. I was at work, so I didn't get a chance to speak in depth or a long period of time. It was a very short conversation, but very quickly, the concern of once granting them the sublease, could there be a clause in that agreement that the party of interest can't, for lack of a better way of phrasing, double back on the city to try to take ownership of the lease, if I'm saying that?
I understand what you're saying.
Because it was brought to my attention from, I guess, a source that I would consider to be, reliable, don't want to divulge the name just yet, not that I fear, but I even had a conversation with our city attorney with regards to conversations being had about, taking over the lease, so to speak. And I just, really want to ask that question in the workshop, in an open legal meeting, to get a gentleman's understanding about that. Another concern, these concerns are not personal. They're not personal attacks. It's just putting fact out there. The investing group was being associated with racist innuendos, comments that would engender marginalizing our community. And so I guess one of the concerns that I had was really outlining who are the owners of this, who are going to be named on this lease, and persons who make those disparaging comments, in particular to one. And that's why I want to discuss these things in the heart of a workshop, so that those concerns could be addressed. Those agreements could be put back on the governor's cabinet agenda with real minor modifications. Because I just, and not to mention, I had a major concern. I don't have anything against any citizen, but when you have an investor that came with the resume that, Mr. Lambert and party and group came, reduce conversation to a Facebook Live, that also brought some concern that I wanted to, kind of have some conversation in a legal meeting such as a workshop, to just ask the question of why would we reduce, not Palm Beach Post, not Channel 5 local news, but we went on Facebook to kind of engender some of the negativity we try to shy away from on social media. And that was a major concern that I had, especially with a credible, reputable investor, as it has been presented to us, that we will reduce conversations to a Facebook Live.
Commissioner Everett, is there some revisions that you want to make for these leases before we move forward to Tallahassee?
Major issue is, I want to ask the question, is it true? And to add that layer of protection, I know we don't own the marina area. That's the state gives it to us for lease, but there was a reliable source, and you and I, Attorney Brandenburg, had that conversation where it was buzzing in the air that because of, I guess, some back and forth with the city, that there were some inquiries about possibly seeing how they could circumvent the city and potentially wanting the state to give them the lease and exiting, kind of pushing the city out. I just want to ask the question, is that true, and is there some type of provision or protection we could put in that agreement to protect it from that? We want investors, but we also want to have some footprints in the project as well.
I think there's some language we could put in the agreement that would address those issues. I think really the issue tonight is, should we move forward, give the state the okay to put it on the cabinet agenda, or do you want more face time with the company?
I'm ready to move forward.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Everett is saying he's ready to move forward, but he wants to ensure that those revisions are in place on the way to Tallahassee. Correct, Commissioner?
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's what he's recommending.
Okay, well, I can draft some language and see if I can get the company to agree to it. And then, if they do, I can present it back to the commission at your next meeting so you can look at it and approve it? Or do you just want to move forward with the language I
I
drafted?
guess the cancellation of that meeting, put me in a bind, in a strange place. I'm just one commissioner. The other four didn't say that. I'm just stating my minor uncomfortableness. And if it's if it's a fallacious statement, hey, let's move forward. But still, I'm not worried about if they said it or didn't say it, but just in forward thinking, because that buzzed in the air. I'm just speaking for me. Want that layer of protection added to the agreement.
Yeah, my questions were really for the commission as a whole. I need direction on this.
So you asking to go ahead and send it up to the state with the corrections?
I can draft
draft.
language to the best of my ability to address those issues, and then we could tell the state to move forward with it.
Okay, yes.
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 Okay. And could I have a motion to that effect
Yes,
then?
so move.
Mr. Mayor, if I'm in order, I'd like to offer a motion that we push those agreements forward contingent on the aforementioned provisions be added to those agreements.
Yes.
Can I get a second?
Yeah, Commissioner Walker said.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Everett and properly second by Commissioner Walker that we allow staff to move forward with pushing the agreements to the state with the provision of language in there that would protect the city from having the marina taken away from their jurisdiction.
Commissioner Everett, is that, in addition to that, or is there any other additional revisions you were looking at? I know we have several names named on that lease. I don't know if we were going to continue with the leases with everyone involved, or is there some revisions beyond that? Or are we satisfied for the city attorney can move forward?
Well, the lease is with a corporation, Everglades Holding. Well, actually, it's a limited liability company, LLC. So that's the only name that appears on the lease. So the issue is whether or not that company is composed of the right people. So we know who it's composed of, and if you want it to restrict it in some way, you need to let me know.
I think my major concern has been mentioned. You know, with it being listed like that, my major concern has been mentioned.
Okay. All right. Very good, sir.
Okay, so in addition, questions? Hearing none, you ready for vote? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk, thank you, Commissioner. And just to speak just briefly on your concern, Commissioner Everett, about the cancellation of that meeting, I, as the mayor, has the authorization to cancel it, but I was really reluctant to do it. I know you really wanted to have that open forum and that dialogue, but I spoke to the three main person who was involved in that, which was the city attorney, had some prior obligation, the city manager, and Mr. Lambert. And Mr. Lambert had some prior obligation and felt that himself and Chandler has began to work really well together, and he felt there wasn't a need at this time. That didn't stop your concerns of wanting to address him in person, but just taking into account all of those considerations, I reluctantly canceled the meeting, knowing at some point, if this commissioner desired to try to reschedule that, we could. But I definitely apologize for that. But again, after speaking to the three entities, I basically didn't have a choice. We would have been here with no one being here.
Okay, understood.
All right. In addition, reports.
No, sir, thank you.
All right, now we'll go into the, I think we got citizen comments for, yeah, we got new business, the marina, well, old business, marina, we already talked about the renovation of the marina. New business, citizen, we don't have any new business, citizen comments and general concerns. At this time, to the clerk, any comment card?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we'll go into the correspondent comments concerning the city commission. And before that, I will ask one of the commission, just for consideration, that we do a proclamation for Julia Hale, who's retiring after 41 years from the Housing Authority, so.
So move.
Okay, very good.
Well, to add to that, Mayor, if not, that we could do a proclamation, I know you have not even mentioned it, but the passing of your uncle also, that if we could do a proclamation from the city on your behalf for the passing of your uncle.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to second both of those proclamations. Motion, you made a motion? Like offer a motion that we accept those two mentioned proclamations
A second.
of Hill and.
Okay, been moved by Commissioner Everett and second by Vice Mayor Mervin that we present two proclamations, one for Julia Hale and one for the passing of my uncle. Call for questions. Hearing none. Are you ready for vote? Roll call.
Commissioner Everett,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mervin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Mayor Bab.
Yes. And if someone who have knowledge of Mrs. Hale, if you could get the information to the clerk so we can do the proclamation, that would be helpful. I know Joyce Babs may have a lot of background information on her that we can do that. Okay. So, and I'll get the information to the clerk on my uncle. So we'll start with Vice Mayor Mervin for the commissioner correspondent comments and
I don't
concerns.
have anything to say, Mayor, I have to be to work in 2 hours.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Everett.
Don't have anything either. I got to
Thank
be
you,
in
sir.
South Carolina. And I want to say, can we go paperless? And can we get that stuff a little early? Yes, sir.
Commissioner
So
Walker.
so that we can
Sorry.
read it. Right. You know, we really entertain the idea of going paperless, maybe a device that we could get.
Commissioner Everett is correct on that. I'm moving swiftly to do something very unique for our commission for electronic devices that you would carry with you at all times for checking of all of your documents.
And possibly, you know, in the purchase of it, if we are out of if
We're fine.
resign and all that,
Oh,
consider,
yeah, we got it.
appreciate the value and all that.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Actually, we had the laptops one time, those small 10 inches one, but some way we got away from it.
We're going
That's
back to
good.
that. It'll be a carry around. It won't be it'll be a tablet.
Apple, please.
Okay, Commissioner Walker.
Okay, I want to say thank you all to allow me to time express my concerns. Second of all, I want to thank the city manager that my concern was not was directed to him as a personal level. I had city concern, city concern, commission concern that they needed to be addressed. So nothing personal at you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think everybody have a good night. I wish you a happy new year. And I think that's all I want to say. Oh, thank you, city attorney, for your effort and the things that you're doing for the city as a attorney.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Everybody, good night.
Thank you,
If I
Commissioner
got
Walker.
Good night.
Commissioner-
anything-
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.